Join us on Paranormal M for tales that'll keep you on the edge of your seat. Subscribe now and stay tuned for mysteries that'll captivate your soul. Get ready to uncover the unknown. Sleep Cycle App Recording. I haven't posted here in a very long time, but this calls for a post. I use the app Sleep Cycle every night to track my sleep. If you're familiar with the app, you know that it records every sound that occurs during sleep, like snoring and sleep talking. The app also automatically labels each sound and is pretty accurate each time. Recently, I've been giggling in my sleep, which is honestly kind of embarrassing, but also amusing. But Sleep Cycle always labels this as just sleep talking. This morning I woke up at I had 6 recordings, and most of them were of myself just breathing a little bit heavier. However, there was one recording that was just labeled talking, which I've never seen before. I listened to it and I was immediately horrified. I could make out multiple voices in my room, and one of them was a male's voice. I'm 100% sure that no one has access to my apartment. I even have an application on my phone that connects to the electric lock on my door and alerts me whenever my door is locked or unlocked, whether automatically or manually. The last time my lock was messed with was when I locked it at 7:20 p.m. last night. This recording was taken at 2:41 a.m. this morning. I'm not sure if I'm allowed to even post the recording, but I'll try if anybody wants to listen. Let me know what they think. I'm not really sure what to do in my situation, but if anybody has any advice on what to do, please comment. Please help. I'm actually afraid to sleep in my apartment tonight. I wish I could hear that. The Conjuring experience before it was released. Alright, so I'm new here, but after seeing a few posts, I wanted to share a story of mine. I have multiple. I come from a very religious family. My mother is especially religious, but comes from a childhood of turmoil and torment. I am also religious, but not in the same way that she is. I think she often uses religion to try and let go of the past that she was forced to live. I also think that she carries baggage and negative spirits with her that have set up camp in our household. I absolutely believe in the spirit world. That's because I've experienced it many times. It was the middle of the school year, and I was around 13 years old. I was lying in my bed texting people on my LG ENV3 before I fell asleep. I decided I'd put my phone down and try to get some rest before the next morning. At the time, I'd leave my bedroom door open and turn my mother's bedroom light on. I've always been afraid of the dark, even now. My mother and 2 cats were the only other household members home at the time, and they were all downstairs watching TV. Shortly after I closed my eyes, I heard someone clap twice in my mother's bedroom, and immediately I froze in terror. It was someone other than my mother and 2 cats inside the house. I called my mother on her phone so as not to alert the intruder and told her that there was someone else in the house. She said, "Sweetie, no one's in the house besides us. The alarm's on, and it's been on for hours." I begged her to come check her room and alleviate my fears. She finally agreed. She checked everywhere in her room, under the bed, in the closet, in the master bathroom. But she was correct. No one was in the house besides us. From that night forward, I slept with my door closed. Fast forward 1 year. I'm again alone in my bedroom, but this time with the door shut and my lights completely turned off. I had overcome my fear of the dark and decided that maybe the clapping I had heard from my mother's room a year ago was just a figment of my imagination. I had moved my twin-sized bed off of its frame and onto the floor under the larger window at the rear of my room. It was again the middle of the school year. I needed to get my rest for the next morning. As I was attempting to drift off, I heard the same 2 claps I heard the year prior. This time, the claps were directly beside my head on the floor next to me. I didn't call for my mother, and I did not move. I laid there completely frozen. I don't remember when I finally drifted off or if I was even able to, but I haven't encountered those claps again in the past 9 years. My first experience: disembodied steps, shadow figure, touching. This happened a mere hour ago. This morning around 3:40 a.m., and I've always been attracted to ghost stories and things dealing with the paranormal. To be honest, though, I've never really given them much stock and usually chalk it up to bad plumbing or sleep paralysis and mind tricks, or some other quick explanation. I've liked the idea of going ghost hunting, if only to prove it to myself that there isn't anything to it, and if there is, it's a scientific endeavor that needs to be studied. I'm currently staying in a hotel room for work. I've been in this same room since August, never had any weird feelings, or unexplainable noises, or really anything of the sort. This morning, I was awoken to the sound of squishy, wet boots walking down the hall outside my room. Except I came to realize the sound of the squishy stepping boots appeared to be walking on tile and stopped somewhere in the vicinity of my room. This confused the hell out of me, since the hall is carpet and the only tile is in my bathroom and kitchenette area right by the door. At this point, I'm alarmed that somebody's in my room, so I sit up to look toward the door and see if I spot anyone. This room sucks for sleeping in darkness. That's because the 2-inch gap under the door lets in quite a bit of light, which reflects off the stainless steel fridge by the door. I'm looking and hoping not to see anyone. Then I spot a shadowy area by the fridge and counter. I think it's odd, but just my eyes adjusting. So I focus at this area, and almost instantly a tall black figure facing the wall and leaning over the countertop by my fridge comes into view. For lack of a better word, this thing actually materialized before my eyes. I'm shocked, and by black, I mean Vanta black. That's the blackest black. I even noticed the light being reflected from the gap in the door off the fridge was blocked by this standing mass. I looked to the bedside lamp, back to the figure, back to the lamp, turn it on, nothing but the most unsettling feeling I've ever felt. I jump up and I dash toward the bathroom to make sure someone wasn't in the room at this point. Every hair in my body is standing on end. So I move back to bed, leaving the light on, of course. I try to calm down since realizing the time and having to be up for work in a few hours. I'm not really working, but I roll over facing away from the door. This part, I'm not sure if it was my nerves or overactive imagination or what, but I begin to feel something in the area of my hip and leg. Almost like an electrical pressure. Pressure being too strong a word, but that's all I can describe it as. Static-like, feather-light pressure. I sort of feel this feeling in my stomach, and I roll over and sit up, and I've been up since. I tried browsing Reddit and watching TV, and eventually just gave up on sleep. This was nuts. I even thought about pulling my audio recorder out and attempting an EVP session, but I was too freaked out in the moment. I've never experienced anything like this before. I plan on asking the staff if they have any ghost stories or heard anything like that happening there. It's just a chain hotel, nothing special about it, but apparently there's something else to it. As a side note, I was on the phone with my wife last week when I walked into the bathroom to a random puddle of water in the center of the room for no apparent reason or no source. Toilet, shower, AC vents were all checked, but just chalked it up to not noticing I got the floor wet. Never really came up with a good explanation for that one, but after this squishy, booted shadow person, I'm even less sure. The Denim Man sightings. Growing up, I wasn't told much about my family's past. Even now, I only know a small bit. However, over time, I learned about the quote-unquote ghosts that followed my family. Now, I don't know much. I was just curious about whether anyone else had any similar experiences or knew anything. Before I was born, I had a stillborn sister who we called Benny as a nickname. Benny was originally thought to be a boy by doctors and medical professionals. That's why she's called Benny. The first experience that I ever had was at my grandmother's house, which is a place I still live on weekends. When I was exactly 1 month old, I was taking a nap. My mother heard someone singing "Twinkle, Twinkle, Little Star" on the baby monitor that was in my room. But when they investigated, no one was there. And something else I just noticed, this subreddit was created on that exact day, July 10th, 2008, my 1 month birthday. I have a memory from when I was a child, that while I was laying in my bed at night, I was woken up by a man walking in the hallway. A tall shadow figure. The classic horror story thing, I know, but that was the only memory I have from, anything having to do with a humanoid. When I was a little bit older, I was at my grandmother's house, and everyone else was out of the house at that time at a shop. So I'm left alone to play. My first time left alone at home, so I'm pretty proud of myself, actually. I was playing with toys on the floor, and I saw a cat walking around in the room I was in. This incident occurred just a couple of weeks after her cat died, a cat which I was extremely close to growing up. When I told my mother and grandmother, they told me I was simply imagining things and making it up. I was also told that as a child there was a ghost which I described as a Mario ghost. No idea what that means, but if anybody has any similar experiences, tell me. Perhaps it's a ghost that moves when you don't look at it, and when you look at it, it freezes. As I got older, I was told a few more things. There was a ghost in the house that had been following my mother for years since she was little. The ghost wore all denim clothes and a denim hat. It had been spotted walking around the house they used to live in. In that house, things would be knocked off of shelves, but nothing aggressive or intended to hurt someone. The denim man was also spotted by my mother's friends in a bar, but I know only a small bit about that. As well as that, things go missing, and all you have to do is ask for them back, and you'll find them a little while later. It sounds stupid, I know, but it's crazy. All you do is say, "Can I have that back?" And it returns to wherever you've checked. So, if anybody knows why this is happening or anything like that, it'd be interesting to know. Or if somebody knows if I can make them interact with me at all, please tell me. This happened a while ago, but I saw a recent post that was a similar experience. Several years ago, I lost my father. He and I were very close, as were my kids, his grandchildren. We stayed in El Paso, Texas. That's when my sibling had left Texas, and we were part of the family that were with him and my mom almost daily in EPTX. After he passed away, my second oldest child, my son, had a car accident. As a result of this accident, my son had and still has a TBI. He was in a coma for a month, then came out of that coma but remained in a minimally conscious state for another 1.5 years. It was Ritalin that actually brought my son out of his minimally conscious state to where he could speak again. Whoa. It had been well over 2 years after my son's accident. He was inpatient at TIRR in Houston. He was there for therapy after he had shown signs of following commands and was started on Ritalin shortly after being admitted to TIRR. About 1 week after he started Ritalin, one day we were riding up the elevator after a day of therapy, and as clear as day my son asked me, What happened to me? I quickly pulled him off the elevator as I heard this, and it had been a long time since my son had spoken. I was in shock. I was ecstatic. I was crying with joy. I pushed him into a waiting area and told him about his accident, about how he had fallen asleep at the wheel and left the roadway and hit 2 parked U-Haul trailers at full speed. It was a miracle he was alive. I mentioned that my dad must have called in every favor in heaven that he could to get my son this far. When I said this to my son, his eyes got wide and he asked me, "What happened to Grandpa?" It broke my heart to realize that due to the brain injuries my son had endured, he'd forgotten that my dad, his grandfather, had passed away. That memory had to be one that was lost to my son as a result of the damage to his brain. To tell him this and to see him break down and cry, suffering this loss all over again, was just so heartbreaking. Eventually, he was better, and as time went on, at TIRR, he did well in his therapies. One night while still at TIRR, I had a dream. My father came to me in my dream, and he told me that he was proud of me for all the sacrifices I'd made to be there for my son, telling me I was a good father for being with him at every step along the way to his healing, and to tell him that he, my son, could get it all back. But then it was going to be a fight for his life. The thing he said in that dream was to tell my son to stay strong. It was a powerful dream, and it seemed so real. I told my son about it that morning when he awoke. Not long after that, my dad came back to me again. He was sitting next to me in this dream. His right hand on my shoulder, he was telling me something, but I was having trouble understanding him. It was almost as if he was having trouble speaking. I told him in this dream, "Dad, I'm having trouble understanding you. Is there something wrong? Why are you talking like that?" He looked at me and mouthed the word sorry. He then very slowly said, "I forget that where I am at now, I don't need to use my mouth to speak. This all feels so strange now, and it's hard to speak like I used to. I only wanted to tell you that I love you. I'm proud of you, and I'm happy that you're here with me. I'm going to be watching you too. I can't say for how long, only for as long as I'm able and allowed. Please remind him that he has to fight now, harder than ever. Tell him again to keep strong." I don't know if these visits from my dad were just dreams, but I chose not to think so. It all felt too real and yet surreal at the same time. But his visits came to me at dark times and were sorely needed. I believe there's more to this world, more than we ever get to know and see. One day, I hope to see him again. Miss you, Pops. Has anyone else had a ghost take on the form of something else? I lived in a super haunted house for almost 10 years. One of the ghosts was super mean. My oldest son is traumatized from things that he experienced there, stuff he didn't tell me about until we moved. I hardly talked about it. I was worried I was going crazy, until we moved and everything that's happened stopped. Just stopped. But when we lived there, the activity was so constant. Got to the point where it was just irritating. It was like constant jump scares in a movie, you know. After a while, it just lost its edge. One of the things the ghost would do is climb into the bed with me. I'd be laying in the bed and I'd hear the slap of a hand hitting the top of the covers. I'd feel the mattress shake and the weight of someone pulling themselves up onto the bed. Then I'd look and no one would be there. Happened all the time. But toward the end of us living there, after talking a lot about how much the ring and the grudge scare me, I was taking a nap and felt someone climb into the bed. I just knew no one would be there. I knew my husband was downstairs and my kids were watching a show. I couldn't help it. I rolled over and I looked. I saw a girl towering over me with a dirty white dress and long, dirty black hair covering her face. I jumped, then rolled away, covering my face with my blanket, then groaned and yelled, "Go away!" Sounds absurd, but it totally happened. And it did something like this to my oldest son, too, after he saw something on a show that scared him. I was just wondering if anything like this has happened to anyone else. What kind of entity is this? I'm thinking it has to be demonic, but there's so much I just don't know about these things. Childhood experience. Thought I was crazy until my mom confirms years later. When I was about 7 years old, my family moved to this old house. The day we moved in, I was holding a snow globe because it was fragile and special to me. I didn't want it to break in one of the many moving boxes. While walking to the house holding it, I remember thinking, I wonder what the snow feels like in the globe. Before I finished the full thought, it shattered my hands. When I told my mom this, she didn't believe me. She thought I just dropped it. This was the first thing that scared me about this house. The bigger concern is what I kept seeing. This house had a large backyard, and behind her fence was train tracks. My room faced them, and every so often I'd see a shadow of a man just standing there. When I went to get my brothers to look, he'd be gone. There was one night I was woken up to a strange, repetitive sound. I slowly turned my body to face the room. There I see a shadow man sitting on my floor. He sits cross-legged, and one hand there is a piece of wood, the other's a knife. He sits there whittling. I remember tears forming in my eyes. I'm scared and I don't know what'll happen to me. I don't want to scream in fear. He'll hurt me before my parents could help me. I close my eyes tight. I'm not sure how long I stay awake, but eventually the whittling is like white noise and I fall back to sleep. When I wake up, I see wood chips on my floor. I run to my mom and I tell her what happened last night. She told me it was a bad dream. I show her all the wood chips on the floor. She makes some excuse, maybe the dog brought it in. She doesn't really believe me at all. Over time, I think maybe she's right. This is crazy. I'm crazy. I just let it go. A few months later, we move. Years later, I'm an adult now, and my mom brings up that house. I told her I hated that house and it scared me. She says that she knows that's why we only lived there for under a year. She finally admitted that she also had encounters there, and when I had my encounter, she knew it was time for us to leave. She didn't want to scare me and thought it was better me not knowing. Well, it was better me not knowing I'm able to connect with ghosts and spirits like her. I'm unsure what intentions that spirit had, good or bad. For years, I felt alone and crazy. At least now I'm able to talk to my mom freely about my experience. Why do I still dream about my old home? So a house I had lived in from the age of 9 to about 16 was haunted, I'm fairly sure. Things happened all the time. I always felt watched when I was on the second floor. Noises would come from nowhere up there. My brother's room always just felt off. He was about 5 or 6 at the time, and through the course of the whole time we lived there, he'd flat out refused to sleep in his room. He'd always wake up at night and go downstairs wailing. Not to mention, when we moved in, my parents said that 666 was painted on my bedroom wall, and no matter how many coats of pink paint they put over it, it still bled through like it was freshly painted there. So that's cool too. You need a primer. So the dreams. I used to argue that it was just the fact that I'd lived there during such a formative chunk of life. So my background in my dreams would always be set there. The thing is, whenever I'm dreaming of that place, I'm always searching for someone or something. I had a dog that died when we lived there, and sometimes I dream that I'm trying to find her. Though I have the knowledge she's gone, and that she's in our yard rotting. I don't know why. If I'm not searching for her, I'm making my way to the stairs that lead to the second floor. We had a blanket blocking the stairway because we used it so little that my parents didn't want all of our heat to go upstairs and leave us cold. With each dream, I'm getting closer to the blanket, and dread is in my stomach. Like I know the minute I move it, somebody will be at the top of the stairs looking down at me. I finally reached the blanket, and to my relief, when I moved it, no one was there. But the relief was short because the very last dream I've had is that I moved the blanket and the door to my bedroom, which you can see about half the door from the bottom of the stairs, slowly begins to open. I haven't seen who or what is opening the door, and honestly, I'm scared to see. I don't know why I'm having these dreams and why they're so realistic and exactly the same, each with me going a bit further. Perhaps the scariest part of it all is that I'm not even scared of that house anymore. I miss it. I feel so much homesickness for it now. I used to never want to go back once I had moved out. I'm beginning to have thoughts of asking the landlords to let me know when it's vacant again so I can have it. I feel almost jealous that people are living in it right now. I don't even live in that town anymore. I don't know if anybody will take this seriously or even knows why I feel this way or why I'm having these dreams. But does anybody else have something similar happening to them? And what do I do? My baby boy has a friend. My family on my mother's side has always been close to the paranormal. I myself have had many experiences with spirits, ghosts, and entities, etc. It would seem that I've passed these traits on to my 11-month-old boy. For about a month, whenever he's been put to bed at night, we've noticed that he tends to be more talkative than, well, when he's with us. Not to say that he's a quiet kid, but sometimes when he's in there alone, he just yaps up a storm. The times that I've peeked in his door to see what he's going on about, he's always facing a wall, and it's obvious that he's communicating with someone or something. It's actually really cute. There are pauses as if he's listening. Then the baby babble starts, and man does it start. Sometimes he bursts out laughing and giggling after the pauses, almost like he's playing with someone. I love the sound of his laughter, so I can't help but smile when I hear it. Once after his afternoon nap, I went in and picked him up, and thanks to my bad back, I had to put my hand on the wall to steady myself. I was looking at him the whole time, even though he was looking at the spot I had to put my hand on. He looked at me, he looked at my hand, and back at me and erupted in wails like I'd hurt him somehow. I asked him what was wrong, and he motioned toward my hand. He was crying while he did so. When I realized I may have just put my hand on his quote-unquote friend, I quickly moved it and apologized both to my boy and his visitor. Needless to say, he instantly calmed down and went about her day. My girlfriend was skeptical about the whole thing. She's not really a believer in the supernatural. But even she's been noticing how he acts and has become a believer too, more or less. Dream night before mother's death. My mother passed away shortly after Christmas last year. The night before her death, I had a weird dream. My uncle, who died at 74, was in the dream, and he was a very young man, late teens. We were in a house, and I was talking to the redhead actress from Longmire. My mother was a tall, lanky redhead like that. I was in the kitchen with my uncle, and outside my grandmother was gardening. She was his and my mother's mother. She helped raise me. My grandmother waved me all through a cloudy glass. It was like hand-blown glass, wavy and imperfect, so she was blurry. But I could tell she had her younger figure and black hair. I was talking to my uncle when he put a finger to the side of my head. I asked him what he was doing, and he said, I'm fixing you. There was a bright golden light and I woke up. I woke up feeling very good, very calm. When my wife woke up, I immediately told her about the dream. I then told my adult son, who was curious about the dream because he had a weird but unrelated dream that night as well. That afternoon, my brother called and told her mother had died in her sleep that night. I have a lot of curiosity about this dream. My mother was ill, but she wasn't terminal. Was it my subconscious, or was it something more? Was it a deeper experience than just a simple subconscious program? I found myself seeking God in the months since then, struggling to stoke the fire of faith that I had long ago. Or rather, that I had long ago lost. That's because of the betrayal of my former church's minister. He did something very horrible, deeply harmed my wife and my faith. I want to believe in God, and I find myself feeling His presence, but there's just some little part of me that keeps looking for a scientific explanation. I'd love input and constructive ideas. What on earth did I see? Back when I was 6 or 7, my parents, my brother, and I had just moved into a rental in Oregon. It was the point in the move where we had almost all the boxes in the house. They were stacked high in each room. My parents, for reasons I can't remember, decided to leave for a very short time, taking my brother with them, but leaving me alone. I was walking through the one-story house, looking at each room and enjoying finally having some time alone when I got to my parents' room. To help you visualize this room, it had French doors, that's double doors, leading to their room with windows in them. Both doors were wide open to allow plenty of room to put large furniture in. As you walk in, you had a bathroom to the left, a window on the furthest wall from the door. It was late afternoon, so the light was shining in, but not quite casting shadows on the floor, but before I walked in, I saw movement in the light. As I stood in the door, I watched as an all-white silhouette of a small boy, about 3 or 4, walks toward me. I remember he was walking at a normal walking speed, but his movements looked like he was walking in slow motion. I, of course, got scared, and I ran to my parents' couch, hid my face, and when I got up again, I was gone, and I never saw it again. The house was a new build, and we were the second people to live in it. The first being people who built it. To this day, I haven't another experience, and my husband's family moved into that rental years after. They've never seen or felt anything. It's been years, and I can't find anything similar to what I saw, so... Does anybody know what that was? He's watching over me. So I've always believed in the supernatural. I always found it very interesting. I didn't really think I'd experience any paranormal experiences, as my parents were Christians and would always take me to church, so I thought that I'd be protected by God from the supernatural. That is until I experienced my first encounter. I was, very young, but the memory is very vivid to me. My dad had to go to work that night, so it was only my mom and brother and me at home. Everything was normal until I went to bed. I, as a child, had many sleep problems, some that I still deal with to this day. I'm also a light sleeper, so the smallest sounds would wake me up and it would take me ages to get back to sleep. Something I would do a lot is putting the blanket over my head, and for a reason it would just help me sleep better. So I slept with my parents at this time because they didn't want me suffocating from the blanket when I fell asleep. I didn't know what time it was, but I felt some pulling the blanket off my head. I opened my eyes. I saw some shoes in front of me. I was about to look up at it, but then somebody spoke to me and told me not to. Told me to turn the other way. When I turned, I faced the mirror that's on my parents' wardrobe. I remember seeing somebody standing behind me in my bed. He was dressed very formally. Couldn't see his face, and the moment I didn't really question it was really if he was there, because maybe I was just half asleep. I don't remember how long we talked, but he talked to me until I fell asleep. I remember falling asleep to him just slowly patting my head and telling me that he's always here. Then I fell asleep. I woke up the next morning and told my mom about what happened. And since my mom is of deep faith, she just chalked it up to me being half asleep and making things up. But eventually she took me to the priest to bless me, as I guess she thought the devil's possessing me and stuff. My brother experienced meeting the same person, but he was more hostile to my brother. My brother, as he got older, just said that he was a kid and he was probably bored and relating strange things he saw to things he just watched. I've told many people, but they don't believe, and some say they do, but I know they don't. I still see him around the house, but he's not as present anymore. He becomes more known when I'm sad or upset, or just feeling negative. I can feel him next to me when I'm sitting or just around me, especially when I'm alone. I find comfort in that. When I hit a low during the COVID lockdown, I remember for what felt like long hours in the night I experienced sleep paralysis, but I wasn't afraid as he was just there in my room comforting me. I don't know who he is, and I don't really care if anybody believes me or not. I'm just happy that even if no one's here for me in this world, there's someone in the other for me. A friend, foe, or simple observer. When I was 6, I moved into this new house built around the 1950s in a big town. Less than 10,000 people. When I was 7 or 8, I started staying home alone. Throughout the summer, I'd be alone from 7 a.m. to 5 p.m. most days. Spend my days doing what normal kids in the late 2000s did, which is watch DVD Barbie movies and wash dishes. Activities related for later. While I would be home alone, I could feel something watching me. It wasn't a physical person, but I don't know where a legit paranormal subreddit is, otherwise known as I'm New. When I was on my living room couch and my outside facing sink, I could feel something there staring, like a sixth sense, and my eyes would just wander over for a split second, and I'd turn around to the sink, see it there, blink, and it's gone. Quote-unquote, he would always be in the same doorway peeking over the side door frame. He had black leather gloves and brown leather mask. Had no holes divided in 3 horizontal sections. This happened on and off for 2 months. Then I had a breakdown that I was seeing and hearing things. And about the hearing things, I'd be alone in my room practicing piano, and I would hear my name called right at my bedroom door. It'd just be my name over and over again, and I'd just keep leaving my room to see if my parents needed me for something. They would be in the kitchen, or maybe even on the couch. I went through some abuse later, and I went to the hospital due to depression. I heard my name called out really loudly when I was about to sleep. I went straight to the nurse, and they gave me a pill to help me sleep because I was pretty shook. Never heard it again. Really, I'm just here if maybe somebody could either relate or help me interpret this. If anybody has more questions or needs something explained a little more, I don't know how Redditors do it. Respond. Ghost child in late grandma's house. For 2 years, I lived in the house with my husband, now my ex, and our 3 daughters. This house had belonged to his grandma, who had lived there for over 50 years and raised her 3 sons there. The house is a huge ranch-style home with a basement, 4 bedrooms, 3 bathrooms, 2 different living rooms, fireplace, an old grand piano. Sounds awesome. It's very outdated when we moved in, with lots of grandma stuff still there. Mostly trinkets, books, etc., and the flooring and the paint and wallpaper haven't been updated since the 70s. When Grandma was alive, she loved visitors and would talk passionately about her home, telling you how hard she worked to keep the house after her husband left, and saying specifically, "I never want to leave this house." Meaning that she never wanted to go to a retirement home. And she never did, as she died there after complications of a stroke stemming from what turned out to be unnecessary heart surgery. My ex decided to buy the house, and so we moved in. I had never had paranormal experiences before, and I just wanted to share what we experienced, as I still don't know what to make of it. Didn't really believe in ghosts before this. The first time was after we put the kids to bed. We were folding laundry together. We both very clearly heard footsteps, sounded like footsteps, or maybe a child or a toddler. It was in the opposing room, and we just looked at each other thinking it was one of the kids out of bed. So he yelled, "Go back to sleep." With no response, we walked in and no one was there. Kids are asleep in bed. It was definitely a bit unnerving and confusing, but maybe not scary. The next time was when I got home late at night. I heard Grandma's jewelry box that sings a song when opening going off in the back bedroom. I knew I had to turn it off as it was going to wake up the kids, and sure enough, it was just going off, not opened or provoked at all. Next was the strangest. It was very early in the morning. I was starting to wake up but still half asleep in bed. My partner at the time was up and had the lights on. We were preparing to go on a trip that day. I was getting irritated as my kids were yelling, "Mom, Mom," from all the way across the house from their rooms. So I'm kind of groaning about it, and my ex was finally like, "What?" I said, "Why are the kids yelling all the way across the house? They know not to do that." First he said, "What are you talking about?" But abruptly stopped as we both heard another, "Mom." He acknowledged it and went to check on them. Discovered them all still sleeping in their beds. Could not have been the neighbors, as we can't hear them inside, and it was very early. I sometimes wonder, who was I hearing? And I wonder if that experience was real. What else is? I was told I had 2 entities following me. Hello. A while back, somebody I was friends with told me that when I came over to visit that I had 2 beings following me. This person also told me they sometimes knew things and saw spirits. I'm a semi-skeptical person when it comes to this stuff, but I ask questions anyway. I was hoping maybe some of you could give me some input. They said that one of these beings was an older Hispanic woman, and apparently she was upset that I was visiting my friend and kept entering and leaving the room to check what we were doing. They asked if my grandmother had died. That's because I'm part Hispanic, but I didn't know at the time for sure. Haven't had anything to do with that side of my family since I was a kid. Later found out my grandmother from my Hispanic side wasn't dead at the time. I told them that the grandmother I was raised by was white and my mother was white and adopted. They also told me the other being was a tall man in black wearing a hat, and he was in the background just checking things out. When they told me this, I got a mental image of a man in a suit and a hat in like 60s or 50s type, like Men in Black type clothing. Whenever I questioned them more about this, as I did several times, they would just tell me the man in black seemed fine, and just an observer, but to watch out for the older Hispanic lady. Anybody have any thoughts on this? My immediate reaction is maybe to semi-dismiss it, but I do have a curious side of me from time to time. I've had some weird instances and things happen in life, but I always keep both an open mind and a skeptical mind when dealing with the unknown. Likewise. I have always had a healthy respect for the paranormal, but this is the reason I now know to fear it. Let me start this off by saying paranormal is normal for my family. So ghosts, spirits, spooks, whatever you'd like to call them, it's never been a taboo subject. Well, at least for us. Growing up, you see something, you tell someone, and everyone listens and gives advice. I grew up never really being afraid of the paranormal and was taught to be respectful. My whole life I've experienced paranormal activity, so it happens and I move on until my senior year of high school. Again, I was taught to respect the dead, so I've never gone ghost hunting or tried messing with spirits, really anything of the sort. If you do, that's fine, I was just taught not to each their own. Senior year, I was given an assignment to find ancestors in town and see how far back you can find relatives. My grandmother told me and my cousin, a junior at the time, about an old cemetery that she believed a cousin was buried in, and how to get there. So we go and find her grave, and we get the information. We thanked her for allowing us to get to her tombstone, information, and to rest in peace. The whole time we were there, my cousin and I felt very off, like we were being watched, and not in a good way. As if there's a good way. Go home, and everything's fine until I go to bed and have the same feeling. I'm laying in bed, but staring at my door into this hallway and feeling as if someone is there watching me. This continues for months. I thought I was the only one who noticed until my brother, 10 at the time, starts asking me if he can sleep in my room with me because he's scared of the hallway. He told me he felt like someone was watching him from the hallway and it felt bad. I agreed it was not a pleasant energy, like what a family member or maybe just a spirit passing through feels like. This was a dark, eerie feeling. Told him that was fine and we both laid in my bed, stared at the hallway, and just felt eyes on us. We both said the Lord's Prayer and went to bed. We're not a super religious family, but me and my brother felt at that moment we needed to say the prayer. I graduated high school, things calmed down, the feelings seemed to go away. Until that morning. My mom went to work, my brother went to school. I got up, got in the shower, and as I was washing my hair, this heavy feeling just crashed down on me. I felt I was being watched. Turned my head to look at the side, and there on the other side of the distorted glass shower door was a tall, dark figure. I could see head and shoulders, but no other features except the red eyes. I screamed, threw open the shower door, and it was gone quickly, getting dressed, wrapping my shampooed hair in a towel, leaving the house, going straight to my grandmother's, and told her, bawling. She looked as scared as I did. My grandmother believes it was a shadow person. Me and my mother had been fighting a lot as well as full-blown screaming matches, which we never did before the trip to the cemetery. Grandma called my mom and they called someone to cleanse our house. I never went back and I moved out. My mom sold the house and I still get horrible feelings when I drive by it. That's my worst paranormal experience, but I have years of stories and I'm currently 29. So there are a lot. If anybody wants more, I can post more. But honestly, be careful where you go and what you bring home. I had no idea who or what it was, but I'm terrified of that house. Took almost a year before I stopped having panic attacks in the shower. I've told only family and a couple of friends about this experience, but I was told this Reddit page would be the perfect place for it. Overnight at my aunt's home. I just want to share a haunting. and my first brush with the paranormal. It's when I was 12 years old. My house is adjacent to my aunt's house, formerly the previous generation's home until they went on their separate ways after college, and my grandparents moved to the province, leaving it to my aunt. Since I don't have my own room, my parents, younger brother, and I sleep in the same bedroom in our one-story studio-type house. So, I would usually sleep over whenever there's a room available, if my cousins or her are out, since I want to have privacy at times to play video games without being nagged about bedtime, or to take a look at the stuff in my male classmates call. Or to take a look at the stuff my male classmates call. And I'm going to, well, you know what they're talking about. Starts with a P, ends with an N. My cousins think their house is haunted since people were supposedly tortured nearby during World War II before the house was built. According to his classmates who lived in the neighboring streets, who in turn point to their grandparents as the source of the story. My aunt, on the other hand, dismisses them, and would often scold us for thinking that someone died there. Same with my parents. According to them, they've lived in the house since they were born and never felt, heard, or saw anything paranormal. When we asked my grandparents, all they knew was that it's a junkyard. That was when they bought it in a lot in the 70s after escaping from Vietnam. Never asked the previous owner about his past. Although they urged me to pray when sleeping over, just to be safe. As for me, I didn't experience anything save for loud footsteps in the hallway during dawn, which I just attribute to others in the household going to the bathroom or maybe for a snack downstairs. That is, until I was home alone for the first time. My aunt, cousins, and parents went to our province to bond with my grandparents. I didn't go since there's nothing to do there. Once they'd left, I locked all the doors and windows and set the alarms before going to my aunt's room. Right next to the bed is a television screen. That's where I can watch our CCTVs. Sorry, something spooked me. After checking the premises, I just played video games and watched a bit of Japanese you-know-what-ski until 3 a.m. I went to the bathroom before sleeping, where I passed by hanged laundry. I could have sworn seeing silhouettes wearing the clothes and just standing there. However, I just continued with my business and thought nothing of it. Must have been my imagination since I'm sleepy, and I've read somewhere that the mind can play tricks with the sense in the dark. I was suddenly awakened by loud footsteps in the hallway, and around 3 knocks on the bedroom door an hour later. Fearing someone broke into the house, I took my aunt's .45 caliber and butterfly knife. I checked the CCTVs. Everything's clear inside, all the doors and windows are intact. So are the walls. There's nothing on the other side but complete darkness. On the yard, there's nothing but frogs, which have made it their home for some reason. I looked at the crack at the bottom of the door, and I saw feet barely covered by what seems to be a white dress outside. So standing in front of the bedroom, it seems. I could have opened the peephole to see who it might be, but my gut tells me I shouldn't, so I didn't. Called my aunt, but no answer. Thought of doing the same to my parents, but for fear of being reprimanded for still being awake at 4 a.m., it just took over. As for the police, they told me I'm just imagining things and hung up. They had a bad reputation in my country for being abusive and lazy slobs. So with nowhere to find help, I just pushed the chairs in the room toward the door, placed whatever I could on top, covered myself in bed, and hoped for the best. Whatever's outside, hopefully, started stomping back and forth across the hall. Oh, excuse me, it's the opposite of that. It was as if it was having a tantrum, and by some miracle I eventually fell asleep. Last thing I remembered was still seeing nothing on the CCTV in the hall. When I woke up around noon, I saw the lights in the house, except in the room where I'm in. They're open. Told my aunt and parents what happened, got them to admit that the house is indeed haunted. How? Well, the concerned neighbor who lives at the end of our street asked them who was the girl in white she saw pacing around inside my aunt's house on the 2nd floor on her way back to work around 5 a.m. As it turns out, my aunt and mom dabbled in witchcraft in their younger days out of curiosity after hearing it bring them good fortune in school, perhaps even gain the attention of their crushes. Oy vey. Must have attracted some elementals during their rituals, which they would prefer for the kids not to know, since they're kind of gradually in the process of having them removed from the houses. Apparently, that's the reason my grandparents had the trees in the yard cut down. The yard itself cemented, incense burning on most nights, and priests and fellow practitioners visiting regularly to check up on things that, at least while we were at school or on vacation. I continued my sleepovers, although I have the lights in the hallway and the restroom turned on in the other rooms, and not really sleeping and locked from the outside when I'm alone. The activity eventually ceased in about a year later, which is 2005. Although they seemed to return in the form of footsteps or unintelligible whispers in the hallway and stairs late at dawn during Halloween and All Saints' Day, at years ending in odd numbers. Except last year. We've just ignored their visits as long as they don't hurt anyone, and we don't see any full-bodied or any type of apparitions. It's nice of them to stop when someone's going to and from the bathroom or downstairs. As for why it took 20 years for the elementals to be removed, or at least have their presence reduced to visits, according to another practitioner, it seems every time a horror story is told verbally in the house, which is almost every Halloween, the elementals are convinced to stay longer. Thus, it's been forbidden to do so ever since 2004 for good measure. If my cousins want to tell ghost stories or watch paranormal stuff, they just go to our house to do so or use headphones. Ours is safe and spared from paranormal activity in my aunt's house, supposedly because my mom buried some kind of charm below our living room that she bought from church before taking the nursing board decades ago. Well, if you get more haunted for telling ghost stories, I am not in a good position. A dream that came true. I still can't believe it, and I'm still trying to make connections. So I have a dream about my professor. He's wearing all black. We're in class, but this is a completely different class from the lecture hall. All the desks are bunched together on one side of the room away from the left wall. So I talked to my friend, and she's pretty excited about a video that we're going to watch. And we watched the video. It's horrendous. Everyone's standing still, so I'm like, what the heck is going on? And then he passes out permission slips to hypnotize us. Before I have time to react, this blonde lady comes from behind me and snaps her fingers at me. I'm in the left wall, and so is everyone else. Everyone is dead asleep. I'm somewhat awake, but I'm a bit out of it. I try grabbing for my professor as he walks around, but I can't. The lady goes down the row of people sitting on the wall, and she puts a locust in people's mouths. She came to me. I was the only wonder, so I think to refuse it. Dream ends. Nasty. Fast forward a couple of days later. I go to class like usual. I hear voices telling me to straight up leave that classroom, but of course, thinking I was crazy, I just stay. So, he shows us a couple of videos. In this last video, it's literally a bunch of strobing lights. There were words and phrases said every so often. I tried to cover my eyes. After class, everyone was acting weird as if they were hypnotized. I was in a daze. I asked about my assignment and left. Later on, I looked up if that's how you, hypnotize a mass amount of people. And that is how you can do it, using strobing lights to induce a hypnotic trance. I was having a major anxiety attack, and I said to myself, I need to get out of Dodge, as soon as possible. So I leave and I start heading to my car. A crow comes and sits on a pole and caws at me. I was thinking to myself, maybe I should get back and tell him that those strobing lights could have given someone a seizure. I see him over by his car watching me. I tell him. He apologizes. I go home, feels like someone or something is with me in this car now. Fast forward a few days. That's after all my crazy awakening things. I feel this heavy presence surround me, and I confirmed it through a psychic who was watching my energy at the time that something was there. I don't know what it was for sure, but it was mad at me and it felt like it was talking through a psychic channel. I convinced it to go away. It comes back and wants me gone, like gone. I had to sage the entire house. So I have my own conclusions about what happened that year, but not completely everything. Wonder what you guys think. I'm hoping I'm not completely nuts. I don't know the name of what I was dealing with. A few years ago in 2019, a friend of mine was going through some paranormal oppression by something that he had brought onto himself. He did so by making a shrine in his closet and praying to whatever it was. He described this spirit as a man with no face and a top hat. My friend performed self-harm on himself because he said it told him to. When he did this, it was years ago, and he had been dealing with it up until he asked me and another friend for help. We went to a friend's apartment before we went to his parents' house. That's where he had conjured this being. He alerted my other friend that the demonic presence was there looking at him. At that specific time, we were around 8 or 10. Or rather, we were around 8 or 10 other people. Nobody saw it, not even me, but I felt that heavy feeling on my shoulders. We went to his house to try and find the root. This was before I knew he had prayed to it. Well, prayed to it in his closet. So I went in uninformed a bit. The friend having the issues took us up to his room, and as I walked in, I saw a hand-painted picture of the likeness of Jesus Christ. It was, in fact, not Jesus Christ. I could just feel it. So the oppressed friend is walking around freaking out, and the friend helping me pulls out her Bible. We're Christians, and believe that this was the best way to get rid of such an entity. Before she begins to pray, I walk close to the open closet. I don't remember moving back at all, but I ended up against the dressed, well, I'm assuming they mean dresser, good 7 or 8 feet away from the closet, so pretty much on the other side of the room. I felt this overwhelming fight or flight, and since you can't physically fight demons, look at me trying to save face and masculinity, I left the room. They both came down after. The oppressed friend was fine, and the friend that took over after I'd left had physical tears coming out of her eyes. A few months later, we reconnect with said friend, and he says that he's accepted that this thing will be in his life, and he's done trying to wish it away, as he put it. I don't know what that thing was. I never saw a physical manifestation, but it bothers me. Still put the fear of God in me, for lack of a better phrase. If anybody has had a similar experience, no matter how big or small, please let me know what you experienced. Maybe there's some sort of connection. Unknown Whistler. I thought it was about time I started sharing the odd things that happened to me. This event goes back a few years to an apartment that we lived in. It was a house split into 2 apartments. We lived on the bottom floor. I should note that it was normal for my husband to go upstairs and hang out with them for a while, leaving me alone. Plus, the part of the building it took place in wouldn't have had anyone walking around outside. While in the bathroom, I heard somebody walk into the kitchen, start to whistle a tune. I could hear them opening cupboards, and of course, assuming my husband had come back. The whistling stopped for a few seconds. Then they started the tune from the beginning. They stopped again, cutting the tune short, and started again after a few seconds. At this point, I noticed that it sounded the same, and I mean exactly the same. This happened a couple more times. each time the tune getting shorter until it was nothing but them reaping the same first note over and over, fast succession. That was while getting close to the bathroom. I looked at the door handle. I tried to brace it so nothing could open it. The whistler got faster and faster, then held the last note at an unhuman-like pitch that distorted. The note was held for so long I thought it would be trapped in the bathroom until someone came down. Then silence. I'm not sure how long I paced around the bathroom for before I got up the nerve to open the door, but it felt like a while. Whenever I'm by myself and hear whistling, it makes me freeze in place, hoping it's not gonna come back. Skinwalker / Wendigo. Another 2 events that happened to me in the same flat as the whistler. This one thing has to be the worst by far. It's hard to describe the sense of dread and fear that this thing gave off. It honestly felt like my life was at risk and my whole body would scream to run. Anytime I would hear this thing, I was alone, which of course just made it all worse. One night the dog was outside barking, so I got up and went out to look. As I was looking outside, the dog went back in and left me alone standing in the dark next to the shed. I soon became aware of noises in the shed, but I put it down to wind. That is, until it moved closer, and I felt a strong sense of dread. I listened to the sound. It sounds like a Persian on all fours scuffling around. I heard it move toward the shed door, so I ran inside and slammed the door. I sat down. I tried to tell myself it was just the wind again. At first, the dread was going away, but then I could feel it building up again. It felt like it was trying to find a way in, moving back and forth along the walls of the house, and then I suddenly felt it inside the apartment. It had gotten to the kitchen. Not sure how, maybe the window. I could feel it getting slowly closer. I was too scared to look behind me into the kitchen, but I managed to jump up and slam the door. I hoped it would leave, and it did. After this, I would hear it sometimes, just scuffling around at night. The alley in the back was dark and smelly, so I assumed it liked it. Now, this next bit is truly a fault on my own part. Really should have listened to my own gut feeling. Months later, it's summer, and therefore very warm. Or, it summer and therefore very warm, okay? So I had the back door open. I was on my laptop, and it had got dark. At some point, I turned the light on and sat back down. I sat facing the back door. My laptop screen stopped me from seeing the bottom half of that door. After a while, I started hearing movement outside and felt uneasy, but I told myself it was nothing. Yep, I sat there, told myself I was being stupid. The feeling grew stronger and stronger, my whole body screaming at me to run. Then her dog, coming running downstairs, stops in the middle of the room, looks at me, and then goes to walk outside. The way she did this was just odd. I pulled down my screen and watched her head toward the back door. As she walked out the back door, there was this thing. Some humanoid figure crouched down by the door. Its skin a dark brown, like dirt and rot with the texture of a burn victim. Hairless, skinny, like it hadn't eaten in months. There it was. This thing I'd been in fear of so long, right up against the doorframe. It was trying to make its way inside. The figure twisted its emaciated form round to follow her dog. It was crouched down onto its hands and feet. That's why it made that scuffling noise. I jumped up, threw my laptop to the floor, ran upstairs, refused to go back down alone. The stupidest thing was that I doubted myself. And if it wasn't for the dog, then I don't know what would have happened. Her look towards when she came downstairs, I can only imagine she was wondering why I wasn't running away. Afraid it sounded like a My computer had a weird thing happen. A friend told me it sounds like a Skinwalker, and that Europe does have accounts of such things. I don't know what it was. I'm so happy we moved. And hopefully you're happy you made it to the very end. Unless it's the compilation video. See ya. Welcome to the world of Paranormal M, where dark mysteries take center stage. Don't forget to subscribe and turn on notifications for your weekly dose of chills. The unknown is waiting for you. Haunting of the Fox Hollow Farms. In 2006, Rob and Vicki Graves, along with their 2 teenagers, decided to look for a property in suburban Indiana. They were tired of the city's fast-paced lifestyle. During their property search, they stumbled upon a property called Fox Hollow Farms, which has a huge estate, but had an abnormally low asking price. Interested in the property, the couple ended up calling the real estate agent and went on a house tour. The family was astonished by the sheer size of this house, and the beauty that it emitted. While walking around the house, something struck Rob's mind. He remotely remembered hearing that this house belonged to a serial killer named Herb Baumeister. He then stopped the real estate agent and asked him if this house was actually owned by a serial killer. The agent did not refuse even a bit and agreed. He told the family that he was expecting them to ask about the killer and proceeded to share with them the history of that house. This house was originally owned by Herb Baumeister, the most notorious serial killer Indiana had ever seen. Baumeister was a completely normal child until the onset of puberty. Right after puberty hit, he started displaying antisocial behavior and started showing an obsession with the dead. He was also diagnosed with schizophrenia, which was left untreated. Later, he appeared as a successful professional, a perfect dad, a loving husband, and a perfect neighbor to others. But what he did in private was commit cold-blooded murders. He went around killing people, gay men, and buried them in his property, which is nothing but the Fox Hollow Farms. Once he knew he was getting closed down by the police, he fled to Ontario and killed himself. In his death note, he mentioned that he was killing himself because of his failing business and marriage. Police would end up finding multiple bodies on the property. The property was then purchased by a private investor who removed all of Baumeister's belongings from it. The house was later put on the market, but it failed to attract any buyers. People would come, they'd look at the house, and then end up not buying it because of its dark history. The agent told them that the house's dark history was the reason for its cheap price. Unlike the others who rejected the house previously, the Graves ended up buying it. 2 weeks later, the family moved into the house and instantly fell in love with it. The teenage sons especially loved spending time in the swimming pool at the house. They would playfully run around and bring dirt and gravel into the pool while getting back into it. Okay. So one day, Vicki was vacuuming around the pool, cleaning up the mess the boys had made. The vacuum cleaner stopped working all of a sudden. When she turned around, she saw the power cord plugged out of the socket. She thought to herself that she might have jutted out the cord accidentally, plugged it in again, and resumed the vacuuming. Just within a few moments, the power cord was plugged out again, but this time it was almost a foot away from the socket. She wondered how she could have jutted it out so far accidentally. Plugged it in again and continued vacuuming. This time, she kept looking over her shoulder to see why it was getting plugged out. She saw it getting thrown out of the socket right in front of her eyes. She was startled by it and went back into the house, dropping the vacuum on that spot. Rob worked at a car dealership. one of his employees named Joe was constantly turning up late for work. As he couldn't tolerate this behavior anymore, he confronted Joe and asked him the reason for always turning up late. Joe told him that he lived over an hour away, and that was the reason he couldn't be on time for work. After thinking it over for a brief period, Rob offered Joe to rent an apartment attached to his residence. Joe readily accepted, moved into the apartment a couple of days later with his dog Fred. Tired from the transportation of his goods, Joe went to bed early that night. That night he had a dream where he was being chased by someone unknown, and this made him sleepwalk. He started running away from the apartment in a half-lucid state, tumbled onto the ground, knocking over a glass. That cut his hand really badly. A couple of days later, when Vicky returned home, she found Rob painting a portion of the house. She walked toward him, and a couple started speaking about how beautiful the house would look after he finishes painting it. As they were speaking, Vicky noticed a man clothed in a red t-shirt come out of the nearby woods into the property. He stood there eerily staring at them and the house. Before she could tell Rob about it, the man went back into the woods and disappeared. Still, Vicky ended up telling Rob about the man, but Rob told her that it was quite common for a house with such a dark history to have stalkers. Vicky accepted this as their new reality and tried not to give much attention to what she had seen. Later that night, as Joe was clearing up his dishes, he heard somebody knock on the door. As Joe was doing his dishes, his hands were full of soap foam, and he was washing it off before going to check who was knocking on his door. While he was washing his hands, the knocking got louder and more aggressive. He yelled, "I'm coming," but the knocks didn't stop. Assuming it was Rob or Vicky calling him for an emergency, he rushed to the door as soon as he could and opened it. When he opened it, all he could see was emptiness. Joe initially thought that it was the work of an intruder. He looked at every place he suspected, but he found none. As he walked back toward his apartment confused, he saw someone sitting in his bedroom, and his dog stood near his bedroom just barking at it. As Joe rushed into the room, the person disappeared. He turned all the lights to make sure it was not a thief, and he found no one inside. Joe was disturbed by the knocks he heard previously. He walked out of his apartment with his dog seeking a rational explanation. As he walked through the house's driveway, he noticed a man in a red t-shirt walking into the woods. His dog started chasing this man and ran into the woods himself. Joe couldn't leave his friend in the woods, so he followed it into the woods in fear. As he entered the woods, he saw his dog staring at him all silently. In fact, it was staring at something slightly to his side. As he slowly turned his head to see what it was, he saw the man in a red t-shirt standing right next to him. Joe ran out of the woods in fear. His dog followed him into his apartment. He locked the door, peeked out through his window to see if the man followed him. That night went by with Joe constantly looking out of the window, hoping that the man does not return. The next day, Joe rushed to Rob and Vicky and informed them about the occurrences of the previous night. When he told them about the man with the red t-shirt in the woods, Vicky immediately connected to him. She had seen the same person the previous day, after all. That night, Joe was all locked up in his apartment, hoping that the night was not as terrible as the previous night. As he was looking out of the window in fear, he heard someone knock on his door. The knocks were so aggressive that the doors literally rattled. Joe opened the door, and just like the previous night, he found no one. As he stood there looking around, he noticed that the knocker on the door stood perpendicular to the ground, as if somebody was holding it. The knocker knocked on the door one last time, with no one near it. Joe swiftly went back into his room, locked the door in fear. As he anxiously looked at the door, he saw the doorknob turn all by itself. The door burst open. He ran out of the apartment to see who was causing all of this. That's when he returned back. He saw a man, soaked completely, run out of his apartment right across him. Scared to death, Joe, along with his dog, rushed into Rob and Vicky's portion and told them what had just happened. The three of them arrived at the conclusion that the house was haunted by the victims of Baumeister and convinced themselves that they would not harm them. But little did they know it was not just the victims haunting their property. One night, as Joe was working in his computer, he heard noises from his kitchen. When he entered the kitchen, he saw all knives neatly lined up. Joe thought that this was the work of a ghost of a victim. He felt obliged to help it. So he turned off the AC, took out his iPhone, and started recording. He asked multiple times who was in the kitchen, but got no answers. He laughed at how silly he was, but still transferred the recording to his PC and listened to it. In the recording, he heard a man answer. The married one. The creepy part is that the only one who was married in Baumeister's case was Baumeister himself. Evil never dies, after all. Haunting of the Capital City Theater. Dave in Capital City Theater. In 2006, Dave Murphy became a police officer in Salt Lake City, Utah. His first role was Protective Service Officer, which put him in charge of the physical security of the county facilities. His first facility was nothing but the Capital City Theater. This theater was a landmark in the city as it had been since, maybe the early 1900s. Dave met his partner Morgan Matthews when he first reported at the theater. He appeared to be an all-work, no-fun guy. The first thing Morgan did after their meeting was take him to the control room on the first floor of the theater. This room had monitors that showed the feed of cameras located all around the house. The cameras, however, were not in the best shape. They could only tell what was in the frame only if there was ample lighting. Since the lights were almost always turned off during the night, the cameras were literally useless then. Later, Morgan took Dave to the basement of the theater. Dave was astounded by the sheer size of the basement and was creeped out by its eeriness. Standing there was so disturbing that Dave literally ran out of it when they were done with this area. Dave was given a tour of the second and third floors of the theater as well. Once they were done with the tour, Morgan told Dave about the inspection rounds they had to do twice a day. During these rounds, they had to do a check on all the rooms of the theater, once before dawn and once after dusk. This check was to make sure the doors were locked and the lights were turned off. Once the rounds were complete, they headed back to the control room where they spent the rest of their time. That night, Dave was hopeful that he would get to know more about his partner, but Morgan didn't seem interested in speaking to him, cut short every conversation he started. The first obscure event. Morgan accompanied Dave for the first few inspection rounds, and on the night of the third day, Dave set out to do rounds all on his own. After checking the remaining rooms of the theater, Dave finally proceeded to check the rehearsal room. This room was located on the third floor of the theater and had no door. He peeked into this room to make sure there was no one inside, and it was then he heard a door across the hallway shut close. Dave initially thought that it was the work of an intruder, walked toward this door taking his pistol in his hand. He figured out that it was the bathroom door that shut closed, and he informed Morgan to check if someone was there on the floor on the radio. When Morgan checked the camera feed, he saw no one, but because of the seriousness in Dave's voice, he headed to the third floor to check it himself. As Dave stood near this door investigating, he noticed that the door had a hydraulic hinge. This meant there was no way somebody could have shut it closed, or shut it open. As Dave was about to enter the bathroom in search of the intruder, he was joined by Morgan. The police duo searched every nook and corner of the room but found no one inside. When Dave and Morgan were sure that the intruder was not inside the bathroom, they came to the conclusion that he was running out of the bathroom and slammed the door on his way out. They started investigating the other section of the theater, with their guns still drawn. As they slowly walked down the stairs, Dave noticed lights turn on in a room on the second floor, and all other rooms on the floor had their doors wide open. Dave was confused by this sight, as he himself had closed those doors and turned off those lights. The duo's suspicion of intruders grew stronger. However, despite checking the entire theater 3 times, they could find no trace of an intruder. Morgan petrified. A couple of days later, Morgan was all alone on his shift. While he was in the control room, he heard whispers coming from the hallway behind him. Because of the experience he had 2 days back, he immediately took out his pistol. He slowly walked down the hallway in the direction of the whispers. With every step he took toward the whispers, they moved farther away from him. Following the whispers, he eventually reached the stairs leading to the basement. As he neared the basement, the whispers stopped, but he heard somebody cough in the basement. Morgan was convinced that it was an intruder, and slowly walked into the basement with his gun held high. He checked every room in the basement, but just like the previous time, there wasn't a single trace of an outsider. As he was walking back to the staircase, he saw smoke coming out of the door of a room beside him. He immediately opened the door, turned on the lights, but he saw nothing abnormal aside. As he searched the room for fire, the smell of smoke slowly dissipated from the air. He checked all the rooms in the basement for fire multiple times, but just as always, there were no traces. Tales of an Accountant. A few days later, Dave went quite early for his shift. When he entered the theater, he overheard one of the theater employees speaking about the ghosts in the theater. Dave was intrigued by his conversation and told him about the experience he had in the theater. This man, who was an accountant, took Dave to his cabin on the 3rd floor and narrated the experience on his night shift. That day, the accountant was all alone in the theater since it was late in the evening. He was doing his work in his cabin on the 3rd floor when he heard the elevator engine turn on. As he looked out of his cabin through a window to see what was happening, he saw the elevator going to the basement of the theater and coming back up. As he kept staring at the elevator door, the door opened. He was awestruck by what he saw. The elevator was completely empty. He thought it was routine maintenance. He continued his work. He was disturbed again by the alarms of the elevator, and as he looked out of his cabin again, he saw the elevator door falling to close fully, as if somebody was maybe obstructing it. He walked into the elevator of curiosity, and the moment he was in, the doors closed. The elevator started moving toward the basement. When it reached the basement, he slowly walked out of the elevator and shouted, "Is anyone there?" at the empty basement. The eerie silence in the basement made him rush back to his cabin. While he was sitting in his cabin thinking about the weirdness he experienced, he heard banging noises from the hallway. As he slowly walked out of his cabin and peeked into the hallway, something that would make him run out of the theater in fear. Tales of the Accountant continued. As he slowly walked out of his cabin and peeked into the hallway, something that would make him run out of the theater in fear probably saw. He saw all of the drawers in a file cabinet situated at the end of the hallway drawn out, and as he stood gazing at the strangeness, all drawers shut closed by themselves right in front of his eyes. This scared him so much that he ran out of the theater, leaving all of his belongings behind. Dave's friend visits the theater. As the paranormal events continued, Dave decided to offer a tour of the theater to his friend in order to get extra validation. After Morgan approved this idea, Dave called his friend Greg offered him a tour of the theater, which he readily accepted. The next day, Greg was greeted by Dave and Morgan at the theater. The tour started at the main auditorium, and once they were done, they moved into the basement. As they walked through the hallway of the basement, Dave noticed that a door on their left was open. Dave and Morgan immediately pulled out their pistols. They aimed at the open door and slowly walked toward it with Greg just behind them. When they were about to enter the room, the door shut right in their face. Before they could react, the door handle started to rattle aggressively. Once the rattling stopped, Morgan and Dave broke into the room. Greg, being too scared of staying all alone in the hallway, followed them into the room. While they were looking around the room, Greg gasped and pointed at a corner of the room. He said to the other two that someone was sitting in that corner. But when Dave and Morgan swiftly turned toward the corner, they saw no one. At this point, all three were scared to death, ran out of the basement as fast as they could. Once they were out of the basement, Greg decided his time at the theater was up, and he left it. Morgan quits. After multiple requests, the cameras in the theater were replaced with better cameras with infrared lights. This meant that the cameras offered upgraded night vision. The very first shift after the camera installations were assigned to Morgan. As he was in the control room getting used to the new system, he noticed a man sitting in the main auditorium of the theater on the camera feed. This man slowly turned his head toward his camera. He kind of stared up at it with his glaring eyes. Morgan felt as if this man was directly staring at him. As Morgan watched this man through the feed, he raised into the ceiling and disappeared in thin air. It was the last straw for Morgan. He raised a request for transfer on the very next day. Dave quits. A few days after Morgan was transferred, Dave had to spend a night alone at the theater. After performing the routine rounds, Dave returned to the control room and started monitoring the camera feed. All of a sudden, he heard a piano playing. He immediately headed toward the basement since he knew that was the only place the piano was in the theater. As he neared the basement stairs, he pulled out his gun and walked toward the piano in stealth. As he neared the piano, he figured out that the piano was playing on its own. As he took another step toward it, the piano guard shut closed. He instinctively ran out of the basement and, similar to Morgan, raised a request to transfer the very next day. A new officer greeted by the paranormal. After Dave and Morgan forced their transfer, the police department could not find a permanent security officer for the theater. After multiple failed attempts, they found a veteran officer named Josh Thomas for the job. However, on his very first day of duty, he heard voices in the basement. He went down to check the cause, but despite turning on all the lights and doing a thorough check, he found no one. As he made his way to the third floor, the elevator turned on by itself. Went down to the basement, returned back to the third floor. As Josh stood staring at the elevator door, it opened with no one inside. This event made Josh strongly believe that someone else was in the theater with him. Since he was the only one on shift that day, he called for backup on the radio. Coincidentally, Dave was in rounds near the theater, and upon hearing his call for backup, he immediately went to the theater to help him. When Dave entered the theater, he was greeted by Josh's petrified face. Dave asked him not to worry, and the duo proceeded to clear the theater. They checked all the rooms except the main auditorium. But just as Dave anticipated, there was no one. Before Dave left, they decided to check the main auditorium once. They went into the main auditorium and stood on the stage chatting with each other. They were positioned in such a way that Dave had his back facing the seats and Josh was facing him. Josh suddenly started stuttering and stopped mid-sentence. He was looking over Dave's shoulder with his frightened eyes. When Dave asked him what was bothering him, Josh said something is standing behind him. As Dave slowly turned his head, he saw a man standing at a corner facing the wall. He was looking down and his head was covered by a hood. By the time Dave completely turned, this man turned around quickly, looked directly at them. He had extremely sunken eyes, a terribly burnt-looking face. He teleported himself to the backside door and disappeared right in front of their eyes. A terrible accident. Desperate to find an answer to the events in the theater, Dave dug deep into its history. After performing a complete study of the building's history, he got to know about a major fire accident in the theater in the 40s. During this accident, a man was stuck in the basement and was burnt to death by the fire. Dave was convinced that the phantom of this man was the reason behind all the paranormal events in the theater. Eerie Encounters. Magdalena Solus, the High Priestess of Blood. Sebastian witnesses anomaly. The Sierra Madre Oriental is a mountain range that starts from the southern border of Texas and continues 700 miles through the northwest section of Mexico. Almost halfway across this mountain range, on its eastern face, lie a series of caves. Many small isolated villages that are populated mainly by illiterate poor farmers are situated around these caves. On one night in May 1963, a 14-year-old boy from one of these small villages named Sebastian Guerrero. That's a hard thing. You guys know I can't speak Spanish. Went out to venture into these caves. He did it quite often, as there is a local belief that these caves had treasure in them. As always, he got out of his house, walked up the mountain, started walking toward the first cave opening he saw. As he was walking, he saw a light come out of the cave opening far away on his right. From what he knew, the caves never had people visit them before, especially at night, had seen this light intriguing the young boy. He started walking toward this lit-up cave, and with every step he took toward it, he was going farther away from his village. As he got closer and closer to the cave, he started hearing a sound that appeared to be the laughs or screams of a person. His curiosity increased. He walked even faster toward the cave. At about 200 feet away from the opening, he started hearing people sighing or singing and chanting in unity. One person screaming out of extreme pain. Sebastian slowly snuck into the cave entrance, hid behind a big opening and peeked into it. What he saw inside terrorized him. Started running away from the cave as fast as he could. While running, he had a strong sensation that he was being followed. The young boy did not run toward his village, but to a nearby police station that was almost 10 miles away. Sebastian didn't even stop running after he broke into the front door of the police station. The police, who were completely off guard by him, calmed down the hysterical boy. After he finally composed himself, he opened up to the police about what he had been seeing. Sebastian and Louis go missing. Sebastian told the police that he saw a vampire inside the cave, surrounded by a group of people. The police, who were serious until then at least, let out a sigh of relief, told the young boy that he might have had a nightmare and drove him back to the village. When Sebastian woke up the next day, he wasn't able to get what he had seen the previous night. Couldn't get it out of his head. He was extremely disturbed. So he went back to the police station, asked him to investigate the cave. The police, however, never took him seriously. They shooed him away. He repeatedly insisted that something evil and dangerous was there inside the cave, and if they did not intervene, it would take the lives of people. After pleading repeatedly, one officer named Luis Martinez asked Sebastian to take him to the cave so he could investigate. Sebastian, who was grateful to the officer, got into the car with him and took him to the cave. Later in the day, the other officers started to grow worried as Lewis and the kid had not returned after heading to the cave. Also, Lewis was not reachable on his radio. The police waited for them to... Computer glitch. The police waited for him to return. That was until that evening, after which they went to Sebastian's village hoping that the boy would have returned. But even Sebastian's whereabouts were not known. It was at this point that the police understood that it was an emergency. As they were understaffed, they sought the help of the Mexican military, headed toward the cave in search of Lewis and Sebastian. What they saw would shock the entire world. In order to know what they saw inside, let us travel back to December of 1962. The ploy of the Hernandez brothers. Santos and Cayetano Hernandez, two scammers who were also brothers, they engineered a plan to grow wealth quickly. To execute it, they went to a small isolated village called Yerba Buena, which had only 20 families, and whose primary occupants were illiterate and poor. This village was present right below the cave which Sebastian and Lewis went to investigate. Right before the new year, this scammer duo got into Yerba Buena. They put on a dramatic show, telling how they were the prophets of an exiled Incan god. They told them that if they were obedient and did the thing they commanded, this god would bring them wealth. They were extremely good salesmen, and as a result they convinced the gullible villagers into believing their disguise and obeying them. The villagers believed their words so much that they practically became slaves to the brothers. They gave them anything they wanted and did everything they asked them to do. However, after a couple of months, some of the villagers started to get frustrated with the brothers as they were losing their wealth instead of gaining some. Also, they were being treated extremely bad by the Hernandez brothers, which made them question if they were really prophets. As this opinion was slowly beginning to become the opinion of the whole village, the brothers who had already looted the village dry decided to try and rescue their mission. Entry of the pseudo-goddess. To accomplish this, they went to close by a city and went in search of prostitutes to aid them with their ploy. Their search ended when they met Magdalena Solus, a prostitute in the city. They told them about their ploy and asked her to pretend as an actual income goddess, interesting term, to instigate belief in the villagers once again. She liked this idea and agreed to it in exchange for some money. So she, along with her brother who acted as her pimp, was taken to the village secretively by the Hernandez brothers. The scammer duo dressed her in an Incan goddess costume and hid her in one of the caves in the mountain. Later, they went to the village, gathered up the villagers, told them that they had a special ceremony in the cave, and took them into the cave. After all of them were inside, they created a smokescreen using basic magic tricks and made the Magdalena emerge out of it as a goddess. Standing amidst the smoke, she told them that she would kill them if they would dare to disobey her. The villagers were intimidated by what she had said and ended up completely believing her. The villagers started believing the Hernandez brothers again. Things seemed to work. Everything went as planned except for the pseudo-goddess change in attitude. After being a prostitute for a major portion of her life, the way these villagers saw her gave her a sense of control and respect for the very first time. She started herself as a goddess of the village, and this goddess was not really a merciful one. She completely took control over the village by giving death threats, soon raised to the pinnacle of the authority structure, surpassing the Hernandez brothers. Although the brothers didn't like this, they didn't intervene as they were getting to exploit the villagers the way they wanted. Magdalena's blood rituals. As time went by, the pseudo-goddess started to abuse the villagers physically, mentally, and sexually. She started displaying strong sadomasochistic and pedophilic tendencies and used the village to fulfill her extreme fetishes. Ugh. She also convinced herself that in order to stay a goddess, she had to drink blood. Of course. Hence, she demanded the villagers to provide her with blood, which they heeded. They slaughtered their farm animals and pets, drained out their blood, and gave it to the pseudo-goddess. As the abuses and blood rituals continued, 2 villagers in some time in April felt that they had endured enough. They decided to flee the village. The Hernandez brothers, who somehow got to know about this, told Magdalena about it. After getting to know about this, she immediately told the villagers to get into the cave for a special ceremony. Once everyone was in, she pointed at the 2 who were planning an escape, ordered the remaining to kill them. The other villagers obliged and beat the 2 of them to death. Once they were dead, Magdalena dragged their corpse to a pike she had set up in the cave and tied them up. She then took a chalice, walked toward the corpses, and pressed it against the bodies to fill it with their blood. Once it was filled, she proceeded to drink it. It was at this point that the pseudo-goddess felt that she should drink human blood instead of animal blood. In the oncoming weeks, Magdalena would call the villagers often for these blood rituals, asking the villagers to, perhaps... Oops, I dropped something. Asking the villagers... to kill the one that she pointed at and drink their blood. With time, she felt that killing the sacrifices spoils their blood. So she started to tie them up, cut out their hearts while they were still alive, and drink their blood. Sebastian and Luis are discovered. This exact scene is what poor Sebastian saw that night in the cave. The next day, when he and the officer went to the cave to investigate, they would have their hearts carved out by the pseudo-goddess who would drink their blood as well. When the police and armed force arrived at the cave, they were attacked by the villagers, which led to a shootout. The shootout killed most of the villagers and the Hernandez brothers. Once the shootout stopped, they headed into the cave in search of the boy and the officer. However, they were able to only find their heartless bodies surrounded by pieces of human flesh. After searching the village, they found Magdalena and her brother hiding in a hut. They were later convicted, sentenced to 50 years in jail. Not really paranormal at all. Weird, though. Eerie Encounters, the daunting case of Michael Taylor. An early 1974 34-year-old man named Michael Taylor was leading a happy life with his wife Christine and his 5 children in Ossett, West Yorkshire. He was a perfect father and a loving husband with a commendable sense of humor. His neighbors report that they would often hear Michael laughing or cracking jokes while they crossed his house. However, this beautiful family would lose their happiness in the April of the same year. Michael and the Christian Fellowship. One day in the April of 1974, Michael was doing some house repairs while standing on a ladder. He accidentally slipped off the ladder and hurt his back badly. Although this injury wasn't major, it caused chronic pain which changed Michael's personality. The happy, humorous man became extremely depressed and irritable. His behavior was so bad that his family could barely stay around him. While the Taylors were not religious, most families around them in their locality were. So some of the neighbors, who were also Michael's family, persuaded him to seek God for healing his ailment. They also specifically suggested a Christian group called the Christian Fellowship. It was a religious group that offered support even during the non-Sundays. The group's leader was a 21-year-old extremely friendly woman named Mary Robinson, and his friends told him that she could potentially be the difference maker in his life. On the 12th of September of the same year, Michael joined the group, and he was astonished by the way Marie carried himself, and the way people treated her. Himself, her. Praying with this group helped reduce his chronic pain and filled him with happiness again. He started spending more time with this group, which also meant that he was spending more time with Marie. The duo had a strong bond growing between them. They started spending more time with each other, and all Michael told to his family was about Marie. Road to exorcism. Their closeness caused rumors about an affair that they had. These rumors slowly spread from the religious group to almost all ears in town. Michael's wife eventually heard these rumors, started suspecting his husband of infidelity. What? A little bit confused. One day, while Michael was praying with the group, his wife burst into the hall where they were praying and shouted at him, asking him to confess his affair. While she was shouting, Michael had his back toward her. He slowly tilted his head toward Marie and started staring at her. Just a few moments after establishing eye contact with him, Marie shouted in fear. She said that he looked nothing like a human. While the whole bunch of people were looking at Marie, Michael started blabbering something in a language none of them knew. He suddenly started running toward Marie like he wanted to kill her. The other members of the group piled up on him to stop him, but he never stayed still. After the people around him prayed for almost an hour, Michael finally fell unconscious and woke up as his normal self. After this event, Marie told Michael and his family that he was possessed and an exorcism should be performed on him as soon as possible. So they reached out to an Anglican church, which in turn would send two of their best named, Raymond and Peter, for his exorcism. Exorcism and murder. This duo performed the exorcism ritual on Michael for an entire day, and by the end of which he was completely exhausted. At the end of the ritual, they told him that he was possessed by 40 demons, and 37 of them were driven out. Since Michael was completely exhausted, they told him that they would complete his exorcism the next day. So Michael ended up returning home with his wife that day. That must be weird. A few hours later, one of Michael's neighbors heard strange noises outside her house. When she slightly pulled a curtain aside and peeked through a window, she saw a completely naked Michael Taylor covered completely in blood. He was walking around yelling praises of Satan. This woman was petrified at the sight. His behavior, it ended up calling the police. When the police arrived, they saw Michael laying near that woman's doorstep in a fetal position. He was giggling like a baby as the officials questioned him. He finally snapped out of the state and looked up at the police officials, all confused. The police then got to know about his identity. After calling for backup, the officials entered Michael's house. The first officer who entered the house ran out of it because of the frightening thing he saw inside. What he saw would become the most disturbing crime scenes in English history. A few hours after he returned from the exorcism, Michael slipped back into his trance. He became extremely violent and started attacking his wife. He pinned her to the ground, and with his bare hands gouged out her eyes and pulled out her tongue. The assault didn't stop there. He tore off her face and with his hands and threw it across the room. As the woman was taking her final painful breaths, he smeared the blood oozing out of her once normal face on his naked body and enjoyed watching her die. Ugh. The aftermath. Michael was convicted, but was not declared guilty on the grounds of insanity. He spent 4 years in psychiatric care, after which he was sent back to general population. Okay. So, was Michael a man possessed by demons or a demon in man's form? I'll leave it to your judgment. Eerie Encounters, Alexanders, a Cult and a Family. The Alexanders entered the Lorber Society. In the early 1950s, a young stonemason named Harold Alexander living in Hamburg, Germany, came in contact with an old man named George. George was a leader of a small religious group called the Lorber Society, which was rooted in the Christian faith. Their views, however, were far more extreme than an average Christian. While most Christians believe in self-denial to gain favor with God, George and the other members of the Labor Society, or Lorber, took this concept of self-denial to the extreme. They practiced it so aggressively that nobody in the society could live a normal life. They prayed to God 24/7. To add on, members of the Lorber Society also believed that anybody who is not part of them was evil. So, when Harold met George, he was blown away by him as George was extremely charismatic. George had a similar admiration for Harold, which instantly made them friends. This friendship made Harold and his wife, Dragma, join the Lorber Society. They wholeheartedly got into this extreme way of life and obediently listened to everything George told them. Harold rises in the ranks of the society. A few days after Harold and his wife joined the society, George was struck by illness. He was nearing his demise rapidly. Harold visited George when George was on his deathbed. When he returned after the meeting, he told his wife that George told him he was going to be the next leader of the Lorber Society when George dies. His wife, along with the rest of the society members, believed this, and when George eventually died, they accepted him as their leader. They revered him, just like they did with George, and devotionally accepted his words. Frank, a prophet of God. When Harold led the society, he continuously told them the next prophet of God would be returning to Earth, and they apparently should be ready for it. He claimed that he would know immediately when the prophet arrives and orders them to do whatever this prophet wanted without question, as it was God's will. In 1953, Harold and his wife Dragma birthed their second child, which was also their first boy. They named him Frank. As soon as Frank was born, Harold decisively said that his son was the prophet that they'd all been waiting for, and all the members accepted it without a second opinion. As Frank grew up, he was continually worshipped 24/7 by the members of the Lorber Society, which included his own family. This had a major impact on his behavior. By the time Frank was at the age of a grade school child, he fully believed that he was the prophet of God, and he began using that authority to boss around his family, especially his three sisters and his mother. But he was never confronted, as he was considered as a prophet of God. The Alexanders fled to Spain. When Frank turned 16, he started feeling the need for sex. But since society thought pretty much everybody out of that society was evil, he got a weird idea. Since he didn't want to pollute himself with the evil outside, he went to his father, told him that he wanted to ease his sexual urges by copulating with the family's woman. Okay. His father, instead of confronting him, encouraged this idea. To add to the grotesqueness, the family woman readily accepted their new role as they firmly believed pleasing him was pleasing God. As this weirdness went on, one of Frank's sisters told one of her friends in school about her jealousness when Frank engaged with the other woman in the house. This event started rumors about the family's incestual behavior, which eventually ended with the police catching their trials. Also, the Lorber Society started distancing itself from the family as they dejected the idea of incest. This led to Harold and his fleeing to Santa Cruz, a city on the Canary Islands in Spain. Despite their change in locality, their belief system didn't change. They continued worshipping Frank in their small apartment amidst the busy city. A creeped-out doctor. 10 months later, on December 22nd, 1970, a wealthy doctor named Walter heard a knock on the door of his villa. When he opened it, he saw two men covered head to toe in something that resembled mud. When he asked what they wanted, they told him they wanted to meet Sabine, his 15-year-old housemaid, as they were her father and brother. Yes, the two men were Harold and Frank. Heeding their request, Walter called for Sabine, and once she arrived at the door, he started walking away to give the personal space. He suddenly stopped, overhearing the terrible things they were speaking about. He started sweating profusely after hearing their conversation and rushed into a room to call the police. When the police arrived, they found Harold and his children calm and composed. This was contradicting, as from what the police heard from Walter, the family can't be so calm after performing such a hideous act. Harold continued to tell the police about the terrible actions he committed with such calmness that the police were dumbfounded. The police right away headed to Harold's apartment. When they opened the apartment door, they immediately understood that Harold was not bluffing. So, what actually happened? It was the killing hour. The killing hour. According to Frank and Harold, women were innately evil, and they could only go to heaven if they were murdered and had their evil organs mutilated. This concept was strongly believed by them, and the women of the family completely accepted it, as according to them, Frank was a prophet of God and everything. He commanded was God's own command. On December 21st, 1970, Harold and his wife were taking a nap in their bedroom. Frank went into their bedroom, sat in the corner of their bed, and kept staring at his mom. His mom incidentally opened her eyes and looked at Frank in a way that he describes as offensive. Offended by her so-called offensive sight, Frank declared the killing hour. He grabbed a wooden coat hanger near him and started beating his own mom on her head. Instead of fighting against the assault, she lied on her back, kept her hands on her sides, and got into a position that made it easier for him to assault her, as it was the killing hour. His father, instead of stopping him, jumped out of the bed, ran into the hall, and started playing his organ in ecstasy. Jesus. After hitting his mom's head until she fell unconscious, he proceeded to assault his two other sisters until they fell unconscious. Sabina escaped her death as she stayed in the doctor's house that week. While the three women were lying unconscious, Frank went to the kitchen and brought a knife with him. With that knife, he proceeded to cut off the breasts and genitals, according to him, the evil organs. He did this of the still-alive women, nailed them to the walls. He further proceeded to carve out his mother's heart, wrapped it with a cord, and had hung it on the wall. And by the way, guys, I did not pick these stories. Well, I don't have all that much saying, all that much. By then, the women were all dead, and the father-son duo left their apartment. They would then spend that night in another property of theirs before meeting Sabine. Harold and Frank were put into asylums from which they escaped after 20 years. Their whereabouts after their escape still stay obscure. Ghost stalking me. This is a current issue I'm having. That's a bit of a backstory. My life isn't short of paranormal experiences. And even currently, I'm sharing my house with spirits that have been here much longer than I have. I also live near a very big graveyard. Around the start of the year, I started feeling like I was being followed down the stairs. It never follows me fully downstairs, sometimes leaning over, almost touching me, sometimes crawling. It will not go near the last 5 steps. Instead, it just followed me as I go up or down them, and anywhere around the top part of that house. Sometimes I brush my teeth, and it's leaning over, watching me in the mirror. At first, I didn't think much of it, but last weekend my husband went to see his family for a few days. leaving me alone in the house with our 2 dogs. The first night was fine. I had no issues. But the next day I started feeling it again, just following me about. I tried to ignore it as much as possible. Normally it would go away after a while, but not that day. I felt it stronger as time went by, most likely as it realized my husband wasn't home yet. By nighttime, I was getting flash images in my mind of long, unkept black hair. Its back hunched over, its pale face was not new to me. I'd caught sight of its face in the mirror in the past. I go to best as fast as possible, perhaps bed. Once again, it would normally not come into the bedroom, but that night was not a normal night. I was alone. At this point, I'm already in bed. I feel it step in and slowly make its way over to where I'm laying. Creeps in close to me, leans down, turns its face to match up with mine. It then just stares. That's all it ever does, stare. I've had others do this before, but they always kept their distance, but this one, it likes to be almost pressing up against me. I feel its static. In the end, I had to turn around and face the other way to get any sleep. The next night was exactly the same. On the day of my husband's return, everything was fine. When it got to night, it started up again. By the time I had to get ready for bed, I was being followed again. My husband comes upstairs, also getting ready for bed. At this point, I'm talking freely about how the creep is hiding in the airing cupboard, thinking that this will stop it from being seen by my husband. What is an airing cupboard? So I make my way to bed, and it's keeping its distance. It doesn't follow me into the room, but instead goes into the spare room and just waits. The only thing it did that night was get as close to the wall as it could. Fast forward a few days to current times. It's the 1st of May, and the creep is back. It just followed me on my trip to the bathroom and decided to touch my hair. I'm back downstairs now, and I can feel it just sitting and waiting on the stairs. Tried telling it that it's taking the piss. I've even told it to stop, but it just keeps at it. It doesn't reacted to the fact that I had pointed out that I know it's there. I'm not sure what you do, and it doesn't seem to want anything other than to stalk me. Sorry for the spelling, it's hard to do anything when I can feel it staring. I'm getting stalked in my own home by a spirit. The creep will not leave me alone. Woman in the corn. After a long day, I went to bed and shut my eyes, only to be instantly met with an image of an old farm field. The scarecrow was nothing more than broken wood and a few tattered bits of clothes. The field was overgrown with weeds and mounds of dirt covered in untamed grass. The view panned down and sank under the earth. There in the dirt, I was met with a woman's face, the plant roots just above her head. Her face was pointed toward me, roots by her right side. I opened my eyes to try and shake the images. I shut them again, and there she still was, dead. Her pale skin rotting in the dirt, alone and forgotten. It felt so real. Opened my eyes again, moved about in the hope that when I would shut them again, that would just all be gone. Finally, I shut my eyes again. This time the field was back, but full of corn. The scarecrow, even though it was still worn, had a face and stuffing in its old body, hat looking like it was going to fall off. I opened my eyes again, spoke with my partner until the images were gone. All happened in a few minutes. I felt so bad that she was just left there. The field's not that big. It once had a small wooden fence. It's by a wooded-looking area. I'm not sure if it was woods or just a line of trees. The field felt slightly isolated, as if it would take a bit to get it from a road. All I can think of is that I hope someone one day will find her, wake her from her lonesome sleep in the field. Haunting Smiler. This is the second scariest thing I've had to deal with, at least of the paranormal nature. I've lived in this house for almost 2 years now, and this is the only place where it's happened. The first encounter happened in the first year, and the last 3 have been in the past 4 months or so. Another thing to note is that I can wake myself up from bad dreams. My brain kicks in and tells me, it's okay, it's just a dream, just wake up. It takes on the form of whatever it wants, but its face is always the same. I know how this is going to sound. I tried to find anything on such a thing, and I've only found creepypastas. I'm going to try my best to describe it. The first thing to spring to your mind will be Jeff or Momo, but these do not look anything like it. This thing's features are very human-like, as if its face is just a tiny bit past the realm of what a human could manage. Its eyes are always effortlessly wide open, so wide I make out the roundness of its eyeballs. So focused and so intense, like the shocked eyes of someone is realizing that they're going to die and there's nothing they can do. Its mouth is a closed smile. This, too, is effortlessly. The mouth never moves and is always shut. I swear that it's perhaps its preferred expression. Best example I can think of that comes close to it is Jack Nicholson's Joker smile. It's a good one. And yet with all of this, its face is somehow blank, and this thing's making like, as they put it, and this thing, never makes a single sound. Final encounter. I was dreaming of cleaning the house. Dull, I know, but I went to put some towels in the airing cupboard. Airing cupboard again. Yes, Gecko, I know. Realized something felt off. It's like something's out of place and it shouldn't even exist. I looked to where the feeling was coming from, and there standing by the boiler was my partner. At first, I was confused. To get to one, you would have taken out a bunch of shelves. There wouldn't be much room to stand normally, even with the shelves out, but they were still in. I started to feel more and more unsettled as I looked at them. I then realized that it was a facial expression. Everything but that face looked like my partner. Of course, my brain kicks in and tells me to just wake up and it'll be gone. So, that's what I do. But once awake, I can't shake off the feeling or that face. Still scared of what I'll find when I open the airing cupboard door. Second encounter. After an epic dream about a boat trip after a war, I went into a shop and was looking around. I stood there staring at sometimes hanging on the hooks when I had an off feeling again. Out of the corner of my eye, I see someone walk next to me and stare at the items too. I looked around and they turned to face me. They turned their whole body as if they were standing still on a turning table. Looking back at me was that face again, but in someone else's body. Someone I had a dream about the night before. I quickly turned away, and once again my brain kicked in with the big nope, and I woke up. Third encounter. I having sleeping issues. No big surprise, right? And on this night, I couldn't get to sleep. My surroundings started to feel weird, and I know something was about to enter the room. I turned around, pulled the cover up to about eye height. The second it came into the room, it hit me. That exact same feeling it gives off. But this time, it's not my dream. It's standing right up to the side of my bed. It didn't walk, it just appeared. For the first time, it moved, From the hips and lower back, it bent over me. This thing was bent over me at a 90-degree angle. Its face hovered inches from my own. I grabbed hold of my partner and slowly pulled myself close to them. I clenched my eyes shut, tried to think of anything else other than what was happening. Flashes of its facial features would appear to me. Then it stopped. It vanished. I realized my grip on my partner spent a good hour just staring at the ceiling. Fourth encounter. And now we get to last night. I was dreaming of sitting on a bed, playing with a phone that belonged to the sister in my dream. The battery got low and I started to install the game on my phone. The sister walks in and starts shouting at me, telling game she forbids me to install it, and that I can only play it on her phone. I tell her where to shove it, and she walks out claiming to be going to turn the internet off to stop me. She walks off and I moan about her. Then the feeling again. The gecko is roaring. I turned to the doorway that the sister walked through, and there, high up, it was looking at me. The only thing that could be seen was the head up to the start of the nose, and this time it has stolen the sister's look. There on the top of the head, clear as day, was the sister's brown hair. The sister was not this tall. Its eyes looked at me. I could feel it smile, and it stared at me. Instead of trying to wake me up, my brain and body went straight into trying to physically scream. My partner woke me up after my first 2 muffled screams. This thing seems hell-bent on torturing me. I don't have any plans of moving anytime soon. I just hope somebody may know what this is. For those of you who wonder what the first scariest thing I've had to deal with is, I met the old hag. But that's for another time, since I promise you that this was a completely different thing almost every way. Lastly, for anybody who's going to suggest it's sleep paralysis, I admit I had sleep paralysis, but it feels different, and I also don't see things when I get it. The only thing that happens in my body is it starts to feel weird, and I can normally just move to avoid it. If failing to do so, then it does nothing but serve to annoy me, and it's easy to break out of. Someone used to talk to me when I was a kid and explained how some things in the world worked. I was born in 2003, so I'm 19 now. I don't remember when exactly it happened, but it certainly was between 2007 and 2009 when I was 4 or 6. There were days when I would make questions about the world around me, which is natural for that age. The thing is I recall at least 2 events in which I made a question, and I don't remember what question I made, but I'm almost certain one of them was about trees. And suddenly, everything around me stopped moving for a very short time. Like if time had stopped except for myself. While the time was paralyzed, somebody would talk to me, answering the questions. I recall on both occasions the voice who answered me was a soft male voice that anybody'd be scared by. That the voice was so friendly that hearing it made me feel in peace. After the voice answered my questions, and I didn't really knew the answers it gave me, so there's no way that I could have just imagined it. Time would return to normal, like nothing happened. Eventually, after it happened the second time, it never happened again. I eventually forgot about it, save for a single occasion that I remembered back in 2012. That was until 2019, when for some reason I remembered those events and never forgot it. Also, in 2019, around October or December, I was in my grandparents' room staring at the night sky. That's when my eyes fixated on a cloud for no reason. It was no different from any other cloud, but it made me curious, so I kept staring at it. Suddenly, a blue sphere of light passed through that cloud at an impressive speed. I didn't manage to look too much at it, but I remember that besides the blue color, it had a bright white core. I'm not sure if this is related to the voice that I used to hear when I was a kid or not. Both my grandparents also had experiences with UFOs when they were younger. My late grandpa saw one as a child, and my grandma was still a baby at the time, but her mother and grandmother saw it, and they told her about it. Frank Sinatra's summer house in Palm Springs. This story happened to me on May 22nd, 2022. My wife and I were spending the night at Frank Sinatra's house in Palm Springs. This is the day after our wedding, on a Sunday. We'd been there since Friday. On Sunday night, I had stayed up late and didn't realize how late it was as I was stargazing by the pool, smoking a joint. I decided to go back to the main bedroom where my wife was asleep. I made sure to walk the property, locking any open doors and closing any open windows. As I made my way back to the bed, I walked into the bedroom and checked the time. It was 3:15. I thought, damn, it's late. Close the door, turn around, start to take a step toward bed. The door, as I take my second step, clicks and opens. Now, I know what you're thinking because I thought the same thing. I'm under the influence and there's a small chance that I didn't shut the door. Debunked. So I turn around, close the door again. But this time I push the door to make sure it's closed and I lock the door. So, as I think that's the end of that, I just jump in bed, put on cartoons, and get ready to knock out. That's when I start hearing on the glass wall or door that goes in the backyard. I really think nothing of it. I ignore it. That is until I hear a click again. Then I watch the door swing open and slam against the door, and that wakes my wife up. We both freaked out. I searched the entire house for any anomalies. I then went to use the restroom, famous Frank Sinatra broken sink room. And as I'm using the restroom, I hear the clicking of a light switch. Nothing's turning on and off. I think nothing of it, and then my wife proceeds to hear the same thing that she used to hear in the restroom. The rest of the night, we're hearing scratches, knocks on windows, and what sounded like walking on the roof. We told the property management company about it, and they had said it was the first time somebody reported something like this happening. Weird experience. Won't be staying there again by ourselves. Explore the unexplained with us on Paranormal M. Hit subscribe. Stay tuned for haunting tales that will captivate your imagination. Are you ready to embrace the mystery? I heard a laugh in my room. I'm still pretty scared from last night, and I kind of need to talk about it with people who may understand. Very few experiences have left me as shook as this one. I'm a 21-year-old male. So before anything, I'm going to confirm that we do have at least one ghost in our house. It's a woman, and several neighbors have confirmed seeing her. She's the grandma of Mom's boyfriend, nearly 60-year-old male. He's claimed to have felt her as well. Me and my mom have also seen a shadow go from room to the bathroom and vice versa. With that out of the way, let's begin. It's around 4 a.m. I had just finished taking a shower. Everyone's asleep. My family, the neighbors, everyone. My neighborhood sleeps like a log. I enter my room and I head toward my bed. But then I heard a woman's laugh. It felt as if she was in front of me, sitting on my bed even. I thought to myself, okay, no biggie, maybe she's amused at something. I know she's not inherently harmful, just overprotective over Mom's boyfriend. So I turned on the bedroom lights and laid down, trying to sleep and act like it didn't even happen. Unfortunately, an hour passes and I haven't fallen asleep. Mom's boyfriend wakes up and turns on the TV. After another bit of not sleeping, I go out and I start talking to him about the laugh. He tells me to just pray. It should be over. But then I mention how that hasn't helped much before and describe my experience with similar stuff as a kid. There was a flicker of light in the balcony, and that light has been dead for years. Never turns on. Part of me is afraid and points it out, but I keep talking about my experiences. The light flickers again, and this time I'm a bit more scared, but I want to keep talking to my mom's boyfriend so he understands why praying isn't much of a comfort for me. And then the light flickered a third time. Immediately I told him and decided to leave to my room. My body has chills all over, and all I could feel was fear and dread. There was nothing else, just sleepiness and fear. 30 minutes had passed and the chills still hadn't left my body. I had to sleep with the lights on. I was too freaked out to try and sleep with them off. White owls. In parentheses, not the blunt. Around 12 years ago, I had a strange occurrence happen to me. It's bothered me ever since. Sometime around 2009, I started having these weird dreams that involved a white owl. I don't remember many details of the dreams except a white owl would appear and I would wake up. These dreams were recurring, having them about twice a month for a little bit over a year. Flash forward to 2011. It had been months since the dreams that they'd been mostly forgotten. It was winter break. My best friend and I were taking a trip from our small town on the Texas Gulf Coast to Austin. We decided to take country roads to avoid cops, so we could get our smoke on along the way. We were on about a 15-mile stretch of road called the FM 1301, which is dark and covered in wooded areas beside a house here and there. But the moon had to have been full because it was providing ample light. We were driving, shooting the breeze, when I looked over at my friend to say something, and out the window I saw it. I froze, lost the color in my face when my friend looked out in the wind and see what it was. A white owl flying side by side with us. He was like, "Oh, that's cool." When all of a sudden, it sped up and smashed straight into the passenger side mirror, shattering the glass and knocking my mirror down, but not off completely. It was a very strange happening, and even stranger was the fact that white owls are a northern bird and are very rarely seen in the South. I don't know, still kind of bothers me to this day. 24 hours of premonitions. So this happened a few years ago. I just found the sub and it seems like it fits. It started at a coffee shop. I was drinking a decaf iced Americano. I was at a table near a pool table and I was writing. I imagined a cue ball bouncing off the table and hitting me. About 30 minutes later, it bounced off the table and hit my foot. A little weird, but not too unexpected. I was next to a pool table. Not such a weird thing to imagine, and then have happen. A while later, someone came in. I looked up and thought it was an acquaintance named Bob. Not his real name. I work at a grad school library, and Bob was a student there. But I looked again, and it wasn't Bob. It was somebody else. No big deal. Case of mistaken identity. I left soon after to go have dinner at a nearby burger joint. 30 minutes after, I thought I'd seen Bob, who walked into the burger joint. It was Bob. Okay, a little weirder. The next morning while at work, it was a slow day. The system went down for a short while, and when it came back up, I tested it by typing in a barcode number. 5 digits from the phone number from an old local pizza joint jingled from my youth. About 30 minutes later, a patron came in to check out a movie. And I knew it. I knew what the barcode would be. So I flipped the disc over and checked it. It was the same 5-digit number. Wasn't even really surprised. And that was the last of it. Nothing quite like that has happened to me before or since. Maybe just a string of coincidences, but all 3 in a short time and all specific and small and weird. The part that freaks me out the most is that third premonition. It wasn't a random set of numbers, so this couldn't be that I saw the future. But unless this was a coincidence somehow influencing it. I think somehow that decaf iced Americano had something to do with it. Suspicious. A dead person gave me flowers. I seriously didn't believe in ghosts, but I can't explain this one. I work in a small mall with many expensive cloth. It's a mall full of brand clothes, and I myself work at Guess, and yesterday we took inventory. That when we count every single product that we have, and since we can only do it when no one is in our store, we work till 10 p.m. The clothing hour for a store is normally 6 p.m. I'm sure you meant closing. The clothing hour. The mall has much security even in the night. In the era where the mall is, are really many homeless and criminal people. And to prevent them from stealing really expensive stuff, there's always security. But yesterday at 8 p.m., 2 hours after clothing hours, a homeless man knocked on the glass. It was not any homeless person. He's really famous in my city because he always drives around with a shopping cart and is really nice to other people. I always used to buy him food before I started working. So me and my coworker opened the door and asked him how he got inside. He answered that he got here through the front door and that he wanted to see me. He gave both of us a flower and went away. I just realized that we was acting really normal. He's always a little drunk, but not yesterday. He was really cute, and I thought since the security must know him too, they just let him in. I didn't really thought about it anymore. When we left, I asked why the security let him inside, and they told me that there was noon. You have to know that you also can't really hide in there, especially not with a shopping cart. Everything is really small and all the different shops have alarms. So I was freaking out. I were looking inside to make sure no one's there and came back and told me there wasn't anyone. It must have been my imagination. We showed them the flowers, but they really don't care much. Probably thought we wanted to scare them. So my coworker drove me home and today sent me something. I was really shocked when I saw it. He sent me a photo from our city news, and yesterday at 3 p.m. a bunch of people beat him to death. They're searching for the people and for people who saw it. It's really messed up since it was in the city, and sure, there were many people who could have helped or called the police. I gave him food 1 hour before he died. This is really creepy and sad. He was such a nice man with a story, a family, and even kids. He is a sad story. His only reason he landed on the street was his kindest. A scam, and someday he couldn't pay the bills and his wife left him, and now the reason of his death was other people as well. I'm shocked at this experience. I don't want him to be dead, and I also don't fully believe myself. I really don't believe in ghosts. If I wouldn't have had the flower in my coworker, I would probably go to therapy because I was seeing weird things. But it was real. This is something that I'll never forget. I'm really sad and scared at the same time. But one thing is for sure, if ghosts really exist, there are also some really nice ones. I think I get you. I levitated off my bed. Now, this wasn't particularly recent. I'll begin with some background and context. This experience happened to me 5 or so years ago. Throughout my life, I've always had issues with sleep, insomnia, nightmares, and terrible sleep paralysis, all of which would place a negative attachment, especially to my bed, and so I would often sleep in the living room on a spare mattress. Like many nights prior during my high school days, I would stay up way too late, and then I'd struggle to fall asleep. This night was no different, until I would feel myself regain consciousness in a manner similar to how someone nudging you awake would feel. Hope that makes sense. As someone who's experienced sleep paralysis many times, I've been able to sort of recognize it in the moment when it happens. This, however, felt different. I would soon feel my limp body begin to rise slowly in the air. I had really long hair at the time, and I vividly remember the weight of it dangling down toward my mattress. I was aware of what was happening and completely petrified. My heart was beating. It was an astounding rate, really. And the creepiest thing about this experience was I felt this bone-chilling cold, and I had this immense feeling of evil. The best way I can explain it. I felt this overwhelming sense of evilness. Whatever was causing me to levitate did not have good intentions. I remembered thinking over and over again, let me go, let me go. After some time suspended in the air, I'd feel myself drop and hit my mattress. Immediately after that, I would spring up and rush to turn on all the lights. It was about 3 or 4 a.m. and I was shaking like crazy. I didn't sleep that night, and for weeks after I slept with the lights on. To this day, I have no idea what happened. The thought of it sends chills down my spine. Anyway, that's my experience. Feel free to leave any feedback. Two bizarre things happening in the same night. So this happened a few years ago, but I still remember it vividly because it was the most shocking thing that had ever happened to me. I'd like some opinions. The potential paranormal stuff starts somewhere in the middle of my experience. Back then, I was a student living with my sister who was almost never home. I had an interest in lucid dreaming. I did read about it, but never managed to achieve it. One night I had a dream that I was outside my workplace in a kid's bicycle. The atmosphere was orange-black and very bleak. I was having fun chatting with friends. Suddenly my body starts floating and I start flying. Thought to myself, wait, I know I'm asleep. I tried not to get too excited so I don't wake up. I'm flying around like a happy stoned guy smiling. And then I see in the long distance someone flying toward me. It was quite far, so it was just a black entity to me. Now that I'm typing it, I'm shitting myself. But at that moment, I didn't feel fear. I got closer, but the entity didn't become any clearer. Then I said, hi. And at that moment, I started falling. My body was vibrating, and I gradually woke up feeling and hearing strong vibrations. I opened my eyes, and I was laying on the side facing the wall with the room door behind me. Eyes wide open, I felt from the very first second of waking up that there was someone in the room. I cannot describe how sure I was. It was as if somebody was standing at the front of me almost. There's no one there, though. Thoughts racing. What should I do? Somebody broke in. If I turn around, they could attack me. Would it be better if I just pretend that I'm sleeping? I wanted to cry and just stayed there motionless. I was not dreaming. I could hear the neighbor coughing like every night. I could smell the ashtray just a meter away. I even pinched myself. After a few minutes that felt like an eternity, I felt the sheet covering me being lifted on my backside. I felt I would die of shock, but not fear per se. I felt someone's weight lightly on my bed and in the sheets, and a very slight touch in my whole back body like somebody was cuddling me. And that was it. I waited a few more minutes to turn around and no one was there. My door was closed the whole time. My sister was not at home that night either. All I can say is that I don't remember feeling fear for much of it, but I do when I remember it. The only other kind of strange thing that happened like 5 or 6 times was me hearing my girlfriend whispering my name in my ear when I was home alone trying to sleep. But the exact same thing happened to her as well. This was also some time ago. And very, very rarely, like once or twice a year, maybe have some frightening demonic dreams that are so intense yet random that I usually just forget about them. Before this experience, I used to have demonic dreams followed by sleep paralysis. But this also hasn't happened in a long time. Not evil cuddling ghost doesn't sound horrible. My parents' house is haunted. This all began when I was approximately 12. It lasted until I moved out in my early 20s. The first time I ever saw the brown man, I was around 12. I'm not entirely sure, though. I was lying on the living room floor watching TV. I believe it was the middle of the day in the summer. I'm not entirely sure. Gecko. I just remember I was eating and watching TV. I wasn't sleeping. To my left is the hallway with the bathroom on the left side, an office in the middle, and my bedroom on the right. I wasn't exactly out of the corner of my eye due to where I was laying, but that's the first time that I saw him. He was tall. He was definitely over 6 foot. I'm not sure, though, actually. He was brown, and you could still kind of see through him. He seemed to have a hat and a coat on. He walked from the bedroom to the bathroom, never turning, looking straight ahead. My heart dropped. I wasn't sure what I saw, but it scared me. So I walked to the bathroom and stood against the wall. I turned to look in and saw nothing. Even brave enough to check the shower curtain, I let it go and never said anything since I really wasn't sure I actually saw anything. Since that incident, I saw him at least 2 more times through the years. Once he walked from the bathroom to the bedroom, but the other was late at night during the summer. We'd been working on the roof to the house, and that night it was storming. I was playing video games on the computer in our computer room, and I decided to look into the living room, and at that moment, lightning flashed. I saw his outline standing in the living room looking toward my parents' bedroom. I didn't sleep for hours after that. I'd never seen him there before. Throughout the years, I would feel a presence in my bedroom at night. It wasn't menacing, but it was heavy. It felt like someone was standing behind me watching me. There were times I had my hair just tugged and I felt it sit on the bed. Thinking it was my cat, I kicked the foot out, but nothing was there. In my 20s, I brought it up with my parents and brother, and they've all seen or experienced something as well. I have more experiences I could post about, if anybody's interested. While working on Native American reservations. I've been working on 2 Native American reservations for a year and a half now. On the current reservation, I've not had any memorable experiences with spirits or the paranormal, but last year I had multiple at the other. The first started when I was sleeping in the basement of the house I was in. Due to having not enough rooms, I was laying in the bed trying to sleep. I was unable to due to too much light coming in. I was night shift. As I lay there, I heard a cardboard box with some of my belongings in it drag across the floor. I turned and I looked at the direction the sound came from. I didn't see anything. I got up and walked into the room. Nothing looked out of place, but I couldn't remember if that's where I left it. So I went back to bed, and when I laid down, I heard footsteps above me. I knew that no one else was home. I just ignored it and eventually fell asleep. Later, I found out other people heard footsteps in that house, and another person saw a shadow person in the basement. When I came back a month later, I was in a different home. After about 2 weeks, I was laying in the bed on my phone when I heard a very loud knock, knock, knock. It was on my bedside table right behind me. I turned to look. I didn't see anything. A friend just attempted to replicate on the window and the door, and nothing sounded the same other than that table. Less than a week from then, I rolled from one side of the bed to the other, and as I rolled, I saw an approximately 3-foot-tall, all-black shadow run across the foot of the bed. I asked locals if they knew anything like that, and I was told about Wee-Wella. I'm unsure of the spelling, but they're little people that play pranks. Never had another experience in that home after seeing it. Where I was working, there were many stories of different spirits in different areas of the facility. Late at night, walking around, I always felt I was being watched. One night, I was sitting in my chair when in the corner of my eye, I see a tall, opaque shadow walk into the room. It later on disappeared into the shadow of a door. I let it go as the other person in the room didn't see anything. But then they had to leave, making me the only person in the room. As I look up, I see movement on the blinds, similar to a faint shadow. Tallish man sitting down wearing a hat, and I freaked out and left until she came back. I asked other employees, and they say that corner used to have their table and chair, and that they've seen that man come in many times and sit there. Unexplained things seen during childhood. When I was about 6 or 5, I was brung into a hospital due to a serious infection and a large cut on my knee. Since I wasn't able to walk without taking a 30-minute break every 10 minutes, I was mostly in the room I was given. Back then, I didn't really have a good relationship with my sister, so she barely stayed in my room. And this is actually where this whole problem started. On about my 3rd night out of my hospitalized stay is when I started experiencing extreme paranoia every time I was in only one in the room. For some reason, I always thought somebody was just staring at me from the bathroom door frame. I was the 6th, or rather, it was the 6th night that had confirmed my fears. My sister had been watching me when my mom was at work for a few hours. Since it was her fault I even got the infection, I didn't talk to her. I just went to sleep. When I woke up, the TV was off, and only light were the buttons near my bed and on my bed, and my sister was gone. Couldn't really see in the dark, but I could see a silhouette in the doorway of the bathroom. I knew it wasn't sleep paralysis because I could move just fine. So being prone to freezing up when I was scared, I didn't move. The silhouette was shaped in the form of a tall figure. I could barely make anything else out. For what felt like hours, that thing just stood there. After a while, I tried to ignore it and go back to sleep, but I couldn't. I could feel it staring at me. I tried everything, talking to it, squeezing my eyes shut, calling for one of the nurses or even my sister, and much more. I ended up having to spend the whole night with it staring at me, not being able to sleep or anything. When it was finally morning, I tried to tell everybody about it, and nobody would believe me. They were saying it was just a kid's imagination. Even years later, I think about from time to time, and I get scared over shadows shaped like what I saw years ago. My friend wants to hold a seance, but I'm still a little skeptical. I'll start with some details about the property. My parents bought this building in a residential area in a rural town in southeastern Louisiana in late 2018. They run a medical billing company, which I currently work for, and we were looking for a cheap office space to account for the sudden growth that we were experiencing. Despite this being a residential property, the layout's pretty weird. There's windows and glass doors completely lining two of the exterior walls, and the other two walls are like wooden siding. The interior consists of two main rooms. The first room has a large open space. Full kitchen, a large island, and a small 6x10 laundry room which they converted, including a half bath. The second room is completely open and has two doors that lead to a small closet and a full bath. The two main rooms are separated by an 8-foot wall. This wall is covered in large glass window panes. The ceiling reaches a maximum height of about 16 feet. It's a vaulted ceiling. It's on about 2 acres of land with woods along the back of the property. I'll also add the building has a metal roof that'll often warp when it heats or cools, resulting in a single loud popping sound. Now, my parents aren't exactly skeptics, but they don't go looking for this type of stuff either. One evening, shortly after closing on the property, my father was at the building working on some minor repairs and cleaning up the place. I don't know exactly when it took place, as he didn't tell me until much after, but he heard distinct footsteps along the wall that separated the two main rooms. Sometime after his experience, his good friend was here alone to do some more work in the interior building and claimed to have heard footsteps on the roof. The friend was so sure of what he had heard that he grabbed a ladder and went up to make sure no one was there. Of course, finding nothing. After hearing of this, my dad and one of his buddies from church decided to pray over the building. He says he hasn't had any experiences like this since. I consider myself to be sensitive to the paranormal. I work here in this building full-time, till recently switching to part-time since going back to school. I occasionally feel the uneasiness you might associate with the presence being nearby, but I was only really here during working hours. A quick but relevant detail. I came out as non-binary in September of 2020. Chose the first name Zephyr. I used Honey as a placeholder middle name before changing it to Ducre. D-U-C-R-E. Ducre. It's an old family name. Then I'm definitely saying it wrong. Sorry. Fast forward to the end of 2021 and we have a COVID scare in the office. All but 4 employees switched to working remotely, leaving my parents, my sister, and I coming into the office. My parents take this opportunity to sell their house and convert one of the rooms into a living and bedroom. Around the same time, my sister purchased a mobile home to put in the front of the property. I'm renting a room from her. Now, living here, I've been experiencing random episodes of paranoia and surges of anxiety and pretty bad insomnia. I do have generalized anxiety disorder, and I've gotten pretty good at coping and recognizing triggers. These episodes don't feel the same. They don't feel like my own emotions. I'm a smoker, and I'll often sit in the steps of the mobile home late at night for a cigarette. But more and more often, I sense a presence either approaching me from the right side or sitting by the tree on my left side. Always the same tree. And then on comes the paranoia. One night I actually took a note that I didn't feel any type of presence or paranoia or anxiety. As I stood to go inside, I had a sort of unconscious thought. Oh, there she is. Immediately followed by my conscious brain saying, what the fuck, who is she? There's several other minor experiences I've had, items going missing and mysteriously returning right when they were left. a protection charm falling from my car's rearview mirror after hanging there securely for 2 years. But I won't go into any unnecessary details since this is already running so long. For some reason, my dad brought up yesterday that the previous owner died of cancer. That was here in the house. Found her name on white pages. I looked up her obituary. She had a nephew named Zeph and a niece who went by Honey. They had it in quotation marks next to her actual name. At this point, I'm thinking there's just far too many coincidences. I shared all of this information with my friend who practices witchcraft and has a little bit more experience working with spirits. He's suggesting that we hold a seance. He believes that she may be stuck between worlds, so to speak, due to unfinished business. The working theory we have is that when my dad prayed for protection over the house, all he did was form a barrier over the threshold, leaving her locked outside. My grandmother let us know she was okay. So this was back in 2013. My grandmother passed away suddenly. We don't know the cause as we didn't have an autopsy done per se. My mother was down with them about 3 hours from our home. I get a call that me and my father need to get to the hospital as soon as possible. Like 2 hours ago, as soon as possible. So me and my dad load my truck up with clothes and start driving. I was doing 100+ miles an hour down a highway that's notorious for speed traps. We passed many highway patrol vehicles, but none of them stopped us. We get to the hospital in about an hour and 15 minutes from the phone call, and she had passed as we were pulling in the parking lot. Well, that night we go to my grandparents' house, another hour drive south. All hell breaks loose in regard to weather. Tornado sirens are going off. Blinding rain so thick you can't see 2 inches in front of you. Extreme winds, I'm talking plus 95 miles an hour. So this went on all night from the moment we got in the house till the next morning after everybody had awoken. Well, me, my dad, grandfather, uncles, and my mom were out on the porch drinking coffee. We were talking and we were planning the funeral. I look across the field and the sun was starting to break. There's the first and only time I've seen a quadruple, like 4 times. Yep, rainbow. And Cardinal was sitting on the porch railing, not 6 inches. He was sitting on the porch railing. That was not even 6 inches from us at the same moment. And it even let us pet it. You pet a cardinal? That's awesome. Now, I should say my grandmother was an awesome lady. And very, very hard to anger, but when you did anger her, you would have thought a bomb went off with how mad she would be. I'm talking stuff like somebody was stalking and abusing her family type of bad. I had only seen her in that mood twice in my life. So I believe the sudden storms that night were her just tearing into somebody for taking her away from her family suddenly. Then the rainbows and Cardinal were just maybe her letting us know she was okay. Then in 2018, my grandfather passed. That was before we knew that he had even passed, and my sister lived about 20 miles from us. Called us to look out the window and sent us a picture outside her window. Well, outside our window and my sister's window at the same time were 2 cardinals. They weren't 6 inches away from us. They also let us pet them when we went inside, or rather, outside. About 10 minutes later, we get a phone call about my grandfather passing. I feel like this was them saying goodbye. That's not a bad bet. Haunted childhood home. I have a few stories about my old home we lived in. That's from when I was born, which is 1987, till 1999. These will either be stories that happened to me or my family that I've been told. They may not all be in one post, so I'm going to try to link them together as I post them. May not be often, but will be done when I get the time. Cast in the stories are as follows. Mom and Dad, my siblings. 1 7-year-old brother, 1 5-year-old sister, sister 1, and 1 3-year-older sister, sister 2. Story number 1. The first story, I was about 8, so this would be around 1995. I was in bed one morning during the summer at around maybe 9 a.m. We had the old cheap pull-down blinds, the type you pulled down to allow it to release and open. I was just laying there after waking up and listening to the radio. That's when the blind randomly shot open violently. At first, I thought the blind broke. But when my brother came in to see what had happened and what I did, I told him I didn't do anything. I was away from the window on the edge of my bed. My brother, after I said that, got ghostly white pale and told me to get out of the room now. I turn around, and in the window, inside the house, not outside or a reflection in the window, is a demonic-looking face. Being 8, I wasn't able to recall the details on the face, but from what I can remember, and from what my brothers described years later, it looked like a mix of a zombie, a rotting goat, and a devil. Anyway, after seeing this, both of my sisters ran into the room to see what was going on, and both started screaming as well. That was because they saw it. My brother was trying to get all 3 of us out of the room while we were absolutely frozen in fear. The figure, and this I remember to this day, started running across the bed and quote-unquote tripped on the blanket and fell through the floor to the basement. I say tripped and through like that as that's what appeared to have happened to me. My sisters refused to talk about it to this day, and my brother didn't see it. The basement of this house has always scared me. It was always dark no matter how many lights were on or flashlights were used. There was a cinder brick wall that went almost to the ceiling in there, minus about 3 feet at the top. It was never closed off. This area and the area beyond the wall are right where my room was. Never crossed the wall, but my brother did, and all he said was that it was a dirt floor and what looked like bones. And this was right before we moved out and the house was demolished for a shopping center. I wouldn't say any more. Anyway, all was good for a few weeks, and I wake up one night in summer. The house didn't have AC, so we used window units during the summer, and my room was always hot. And even knowing that, I was freezing. It was around 2 or 3 a.m. when I woke up and could not find any blankets in my bed. Turn on my light, and my blankets are on the top corner of my room. 9-foot ceiling all through the house. And I mean that they were like wadded into a ball floating to the top corner of the room. Called my mother, who's still awake, and she came in to ask what was wrong. I just pointed, and at the same instant she turned to look, the blankets were thrown toward the doorway where we were at. Things stopped for about a month. Story 2, from the same author. About a month later, my sister, the second sister, started screaming in the middle of the night. And I'm talking a blood-curdling scream. We all woke up from her screaming, but none of us could move. Both of my parents included. My room was next to my parents', so I could hear them screaming to my sister asking what's going on. We can't move. My sister only continued screaming. The only person who does not wake up is my sister number 1, who's in the same room. She slept through the entire ordeal. Anyway, I'm crying and I hear my parents and my brother trying to get up to the extent that they're shaking the bed to get out, but they can't move either. It's like we're all held down by something. After about 15 or 20 minutes of this, we were all released about the same time, and all of us ran into the living room toward my sister's room. Then both of my sisters ran out of the room. Sister number 2 told us what happened. She awoke and saw someone floating over her with the face of a witch. Sister number 1 said that she woke up and saw something go from above sister number 2 to the floor of the basement. Thought she was imagining things as she had just woke up and heard all of the screaming, and that's when all of us were able to get up and move. This is all that was ever spoken of in this event, until I typed it up. That's all for tonight, y'all. I'll try to type some more soon. These are both true stories, and I'm sorry, not a whole lot of detail, but I was young, so... Sure, some of the memories are kind of suppressed, as all these were very traumatic for me. I'm 35 now, and my parents are just now starting to talk about the events of that house. So there will be more. A 2:30 a.m. whistle. Context. The house has no history. I typed this an hour after it happened. I live in a suburb. My father died 2 years ago at work. His ashes are in the same room as mine. I've gotten messages from him from dream visitations. One of the most commonly familiar sensations are smells, pennies and dimes, and electrical disturbances. Nobody else knows how he really died, and we're the first owners of the house. And we have no landlord. Well, excuse me, nobody else we know has died. I'm young, and younger people tend to notice paranormal activity more than adults do. 2:30 a.m. and I'm the only person up. The room is dark and crickets are loud with the summer-fall mix. And the air conditioning is silent. The only light is from my smoke alarm and computer motherboard. A faint orange flashing glow from the back. I'm lying in bed and I'm trying to sleep, but I have a heavy feeling on my shoulder, like something's about to happen. I move my blanket around and I hear a faint whistling in the distance. The crickets go silent and I can now hear blood moving around my ear. My bedroom is in the back of the house, and the whistling is in the front. I hide underneath my blanket as something gets closer, getting louder. I'm frightened by whatever this is, and my brother, who's 16, stays asleep. The whistling continues to get closer until it's directly in front of my house. It stopped. I don't dare to move a muscle, but then it continues to whistle while standing still. Then continue across the sidewalk. Ever since this happened, it's happened almost every night with no one up to hear. Any demonic significance of beetle painted on wall? I've had my fair share of demonic activity all my life. I've been grabbed, seen black figures, had them pass through me and touch me, pull my feet, shake my bed, and move things. I'm not new to this. I recently bought an older home from the 50s. You can usually feel when something's in the house, and this one felt fine at first. I've recorded white mists in the front yard, and somebody walking with heavy boots on the porch, and in the home, balls of light in various locations. I've heard feet with nails running on wood floors. I've heard somebody talking in my ear. Scratching in the dressers by my head. My wife has also seen black figures over our newborn. So we covered all the mirrors. Now our daughter says she's seen things in the mirror in her room. A black figure in the mirror that was moving around, so she looked at the floor. It moved to the floor in front of her. We've had the house blessed by a pastor, and he seems good. He's even been to the Vatican. He left pictures of saints around the house that he blessed, and after this one night the front door slammed shut. Ran to check it, and it was open. Closed it, put the locks. That morning when I get up at 3:30 a.m., I noticed the saints were missing. I looked for all the other ones, and they were all gone. I've tried to find out what I can really find about this house. No one has died here. There's no burial ground under it or anything. The only weird thing is the beetle painted on the wall in her daughter's room. It's an outline of a beetle with the head on top and top legs pointed up. We painted over it twice and it keeps bleeding through all the paints. Thought it was marker at first, but now I don't know what it is. So my question is that, does a beetle have any significance of demonic or paranormal in any way? In certain cultures, yes. Whatever's on the wall is oil-based, maybe. Precognition before my partner's death. My partner passed away from a sudden massive heart attack on April 20th of this year. I'm sorry. Life has been a total shit show since then, but I wanted to share the weirdness that happened and, well, these were all the days leading up to the event. I want to see if anybody else has experienced something like it. Things started to get weird the evening before. He was in excellent spirits and we're hanging out with a friend and he had been watching TV. He started sharing old RPG stories. He launched into a story about two of his characters in a long campaign that he DM'd. Or DM'd. Oh yeah, Dungeon Mastered, I believe. And as he's talking animatedly, I had this weird, quiet voice in my head. It told me to really pay attention, to lock this scene in my mind. I studied everything about him while he spoke and gestured and smiled and laughed and felt such a deep love. Later, I would be thankful for this because I would be able to replace the visuals of finding his body with this scene whenever it bubbled up in my mind. But it was a strong compulsion that night. It hasn't happened before, ever. And that weird, quiet voice sounded like me, but completely calm and from what felt like a higher track than my normal thoughts. It's hard to describe. Would make another appearance the next day. Later I would mention this to her friend who was present and she admits she too had a similar compulsion. She's as skeptical as these things as they come. That night I woke to a crash. Walked to the house twice looking for the cause, but found nothing. Checked on him once. I saw his CPAP was running and started to go back to sleep. I felt this deep dread. I decided to wake him up instead. I'd never forcibly jostled him from sleep in the middle of the night, but I did that night, with an apology. I needed to make sure he was okay, and he was, and we went back to sleep. The next morning, I felt sick as a dog. I felt so sick, I took my first ever COVID test. We had hermited hard, so they hadn't previously been necessary. But I was sure something was really wrong, and I felt completely dissociated and fuzzy-headed and wholly out of step with time. Everything felt like a beat behind. Everything felt deeply wrong in a way I'd not encountered before. He also felt a little off, at least he says, but mostly just tired. Took the morning off of work, but had to finish a project, went into my office to finish it, and he walked downstairs to eat his lunch. We locked eyes as he walked downstairs. I think on that moment a lot. The last time I'd seen him alive. I went into my office to finish the project. Less than 1 hour later, I emerged and realized he hasn't come back upstairs yet. I see a pile of folded laundry he forgot to take downstairs, and I chuckle to myself. Call out for him as I'm walking down the stairs, cheerfully announcing I just finished the piece, and then I find him. In that horrible moment, time slowed to an absolute crawl, and I could feel the tracks of my thoughts almost separate. With the lower track insisting he had fallen asleep, but that weird, quiet voice cut through, sad and calm, and said, "Ah, that's what it was." I knew it was referring to all the recent strangeness. All of my symptoms disappeared in an instant. I felt time as a solid thing. This moment as an immovable, heavy, leaden box that was inevitable and awful and pulled time around it of step, its gravity and this instant warping things around it. I could almost see this terrible wall between what was and what now was or is. A wall I couldn't get past to ever reach him again. I started screaming at that point, and things become a blur of 911 and neighbors and EMTs in my memory of the day. My question isn't just if anybody has had this sort of experience before, although I very much do want to hear if you have, but why? Why have all these little dread moments? What's the point of precognition? Looks so clear in hindsight, but does nothing to prevent it. And all that, I still didn't feel the moment he passed. He was cold when I reached him. He was alone when he passed, and I can't forgive myself for that. Even if there's no way to know, all these little things that happen feel like thorns. That's because they did nothing for him, or for me. They feel like taunts. I'm sorry. Extrasensory perception. About 30 years ago, when I was 6 years old, a classmate of mine tragically died in a snowmobile accident. She and her father were traveling down a frozen river when they fell through. Sadly, although her body was recovered, her father's never was really found. This happened on a weekend, and it wasn't until the following Monday that the whole class was told about it. I should note that I was never close with this girl. She was more of an acquaintance. But nevertheless, this event was one of the first deaths I'd experienced. It's always stuck with me. It's an eerie experience that happened before this event that I'll never forget. On the weekend of the tragic event, I remember being at home when at some point during the afternoon I had this weird feeling that's hard to explain. I suddenly started thinking about my classmate, specifically worrying that something was wrong with her. It was very brief, and I never gave it any thought again until that following Monday at school when I learned of what had happened. What's even creepier is that my premonition occurred around the same time it was estimated that the accident happened. I've never experienced an ESP event of this magnitude since. I'm still not sure what to make of it. The only thing close to this is the odd, uncanny ability I have to predict certain episodes of TV shows that'll air a few days before they do. And that's obviously nowhere near as serious. Nowhere near as eerie as the original occurrence. I dreamed about my aunt who committed suicide the night before her funeral. Man, these last couple stories are heavy. I was never really close with this aunt. She wasn't technically my aunt. I don't know how it works, but she dated my mom's brother since I was around 10. She was not well her last few years. She had 2 kids with my uncle and took care of my 2 other cousins from a previous marriage. Anyways, I never was close to her, which made this dream so bizarre. The night before the funeral, I had this very vivid dream of her. Now, when she died, she was a very skinny woman. And in this dream, however, she looked how she did before her gastric bypass surgery. Kind of on the thicker side, you would say. I was in a field with her, and in the dream I knew she was dead. We spent a moment looking at one another and asked her how she was doing. She said she was fine, which was a typical response from her. She was very low energy and low excitement. Then I looked around the field, and monarch butterflies were flying around the field. Then I woke up and immediately told my mom. Flash forward to the funeral. It's an open casket. I'm in line waiting to view her. And I'm also in line to greet the family. There were poster boards they had made lining the walls, and I started looking at all of them. I caught sight of one and immediately broke into tears. It must have been some kind of photo shoot that she had done because she looked very posed in it. My mom saw and asked me what was wrong. So I pointed at one of the photos, and I said, "That's how she looked in my dream." And there was monarch butterflies all over this poster, and I tried to compose myself before I saw the family, and my mom immediately told me I needed to tell them, which I thought was completely inappropriate. It's one thing if I was closer with them, but I wasn't that close. That, and it just seemed inappropriate in front of the rest of the people here. That didn't stop my mother. She walked right up to her brother and told him. I don't think he's one to really believe in ghosts or supernatural things. But after she told him, tears welled up in his eyes. He looked at me and said, "Those are her favorite pictures of herself." That very much solidified to me that I couldn't have just had some random dream about her. I'd never seen those pictures, and I never knew that those were her favorite. I couldn't even tell you how old she was when, she took her life. I still don't understand why I was the person that she had come to, why I had that dream, and I still remember it so vividly. The very haunted Butler's house. He was butler to minor royalty in Ireland. There was an interest expressed in whether I had had any other experiences there. It's a definite yes. It was very haunted. When my husband was hired to be a butler on their rambling estate, I was told to choose one or two houses as the butler's house, or one of two. The first house I looked at was really more practical for us. Smaller, with a fenced-in garden, more privacy as we'd be further away from the main house and so on. But I didn't get too excited about it. The second house, that was it for me, the minute I walked in the door. At this point, let me say, it was in disrepair and unoccupied for quite some time. But as I later realized, one aspect of this house was that it was a subtle form of haunting, susceptible to individuals like me. It seemed like a palace. I instantly became obsessively possessive about it. I, of course, picked this as our new home. We moved in, my husband began his new job, and I busily and happily began to transform the neglected old house into our little castle. Or so I thought. It was a huge place with enormous rooms and a master bedroom the size of a ballroom. One of the first things that started to go awry were malfunctions that came out of nowhere. We had just had the chimneys cleaned, yet a chimney fire started for no good reason in the old Stanley cooker in the kitchen. Luckily, a workman spotted it and was put out with no real damage. One Sunday afternoon we were out, and I had the gnawing feeling to go back home. We did, and found the washing machine had turned itself on somehow. A brand new front loader. The door was wide open, pumping water into our kitchen. Took all day to clean up the mess. The feeling of being watched after sunset was overwhelming. My husband worked late hours, and oftentimes I had to wait for him outside until he returned. I tried initially to convince myself it was my imagination, but it wasn't. I saw white mist outside her bedroom door slowly form from the feet up into the shape of a woman and disappear before my eyes. We heard nightly whispers, or what sounded like people fighting downstairs nearly every night. The singing lady was another. I saw my husband's doppelganger one night going to the bathroom as he slept in our bed. Not long after, he died of a heart attack. He was 4. He was 4 and strong, but I believe the house had a bad influence on his health. After his death, I stayed in the estate for years, living in another house across the way. Butlers came and went. One hung himself, another, a big, strong man, faded away and died in less than 6 months. Prior to my husband being Butler, the man that held the position also lived in that house for a brief time. He was accused of murdering his brother for profit in the estate, but it was never proven. He left the job and house and moved away. We were the next occupants. As I say, I was given a choice, and I was enchanted by whatever lurked within. When my husband died, I no longer lived there, and I was grateful the enchantment was broken with me forever. There's much more, but it would take a book to tell the full story. I believe the entire estate was a portal. The Lord even had a curse on him and his family. I won't ever forget my 17 years there. A beautiful, but very haunted place. Ghost Bar, Dead Swingers. So me and a group of friends, me, a female, my ex-boyfriend, my friend, female, and the other male. And by the way, that'll be important to know. We took a night of visiting abandoned places. Now, where I live, there's not many, or they're protected by dogs, and I don't fancy having my leg chewed off. So we all dressed in clothes that we knew that we could throw away from, mold and other things being in the places. We decided to go to the furthest one away first, which was an old abandoned swingers club. Just to clarify, none of us were swingers. We arrived at a petrol station halfway down from the literal mansion. Walked down the side of the motorway, finally greeted by a fence and a small brick wall. We all helped each other get over and support each other's balance getting through the back. Backstory to this club. A few years ago, some idiots set it on fire because they thought it was funny. So upstairs was kind of caved in and everything looked like it had been smashed up. Anyway, back to the story. We got in, we walked to the main lobby, massive swimming pool and pretty artwork on the wall. We looked around the place, took photos. We walked out to the front, and this is where the first interaction happened. I looked up in the front, and I was the one behind everyone. I was taking photos, and someone had grabbed my shoulder and yanked it back. But no one was behind me, just the big gates. So I was a little bit freaked out and asked the others if they had felt it. They all said no. My ex-boyfriend at the time had a bat in his hand, and we walked back in. We were going to visit the dungeons, but as we walked over, there was a clown mask hanging from a rope, and bear in mind, that was not there when we came in. We would have seen that. So I literally said, "Fuck this, I'm out." Started walking toward the entrance. Before we left, one of the boys had collected a teddy and put it in the car. We didn't even drive more than 5 minutes, and the radio and lights went mad on the dashboard. Didn't take long for the friend to lob the teddy out the window. Second building, we went to an old pub. The back was open, so we got in through there. Everything looked like it wasn't touched, and they got up and left. So I took some photos of the bar and them all posing as barmen and women. After we looked around, the two boys wanted to go upstairs. So we said, "Cool beans, we'll wait in the car and watch you." As we watched them, a tall, dark, black figure was walking around behind them. I tried to ring my ex-boyfriend, but it was like trying to get through to somebody on a radio. They came back downstairs, and I said what I saw, and what they said next was chilling to the spine. So all the floors are normal, bedroom right, with the mattresses all stood up. "Yeah," he proceeded with. "You get to the top floor and it's empty with a chair in the middle. A belt and a photo of a young girl sat in an empty chair and nothing else, just a belt and a photo of a young girl. For some reason, I agreed to go back in after that. To see for myself, I got to the stairs and the door and everything in my body froze. I said I didn't want to go. Now, boys being boys, arguing with me over the fact that I was scared or whatever, but this was my body pure refusing to move. So they said, all right. Took me back to the car as if we're leaving. Maybe a pint glass went flying at one of the boys' heads. Toilet door slammed shut. And I tell you, they all ran, and they all ran. Now, fun fact, where this place is where the highwayman was born and raised. Turns out I'm somewhat related to the guy, but it's highly paranormal in the caves up top. So, was that him protecting me as a cousin or a distant uncle? I'll never know. Walking red shorts. Never considered my childhood home haunted, but I still can't make logical sense of this happening. My friend is the one who actually witnessed the unexplainable in my home. I had a friend over one day, and he had just gotten back from an outing. We both needed to use the bathroom. And by the way, my house has 2 restrooms in it, so we took one and did our business. These bathrooms are located within a close proximity of each other, too. So as I'm finishing up my business, I hear my friend calling my name. I yell back saying, "What?" She just continues to call for me. I can hear her voice fading as she's moving in the direction opposite of where the restroom was. I finish up quickly as I can, and this way I can maybe see what she wants. When I find her, she tells me that as she was leaving the restroom, she saw this, or rather, someone at the end of the hall. She assumed it was me, and I was the only one in the house other than her at the time. The only weird thing is that who she thought was me was wearing red shorts, and I don't even own red shorts. She followed this figure to my brother's room, and when she looked into his room, no one was there. But the red shorts the figure was wearing was laying on the floor of his room. Free shorts. When she told me this, we got the heck out of Dodge. Ever since that experience, I haven't experienced anything in my home. My friend is a mortician and deals with death on an almost daily basis. She has several unexplained stories ever since taking the job. I bet. It makes me wonder if her work with the dead may be related to this experience, as she's the one that witnessed everything, and nothing strange has happened since. I think a ghost sung to me. So about a week ago, I was volunteering at this local art exhibition that happens every year during September. It's nothing major. It's about 20 artists showing their work in this converted barn. I honestly volunteered hoping they'd show some of my work. They didn't. Anyhow, I was working there with the lady who owned the barn and the surrounding properties, her friend and one other guy. Like I said, this whole show was happening in this big converted barn. However, some areas of the barn were very noticeably old. They had a kitchen area in the back room where I would basically stand around all day and make tea and wash dishes when I needed to. One of those times, I'm washing the dishes and I was singing to myself in Portuguese. That's when I hear from the main part of the barn someone singing back to me. At that moment, I'm thinking I'm having a nice duet with one of the people working there. But then I stop and think to myself as I'm about to reach the chorus. I'm working in an art exhibition that's in England, with 2 50-year-old women and a 17-year-old guy, all of whom are British. Who the hell speaks Portuguese here? I stop singing, and the voice immediately goes quiet. I go out into the big main room to see who's doing this. And this is an open space with little to no hiding places. No one's there, and I would have heard it if they left through the doors, and that thing made a hell of a racket when opened or closed. I think because of that, being one of the leftover features from before the conversion. Now that I think about it, I can't confidently say whether the person singing was male or female. I still find it pretty creepy a week later. And thank you for not making me fall on my face trying to read Portuguese. Want to learn, though. Possible ghost encounter from a few years back. Around 2013 to 2016, at around dusk on a late summer day, me and my mom were walking our dogs in our neighborhood. As we turned the corner into a street leading to a four-way intersection, I noticed a figure walking slowly down the middle of the intersection. As we approach, I immediately sense a sense of dread and a sense of anxiety. The person was a teen girl, wearing a tie-dyed shirt and short shorts, just bawling walking down the middle of the road. I was perplexed at the time, but I now know it very well could have been a person in crisis. My mom looks in the direction that I'm looking, but doesn't seem to see or acknowledge the girl. The night also seemed to darken suddenly for about 10 seconds, in almost the conditions of a moonless night. As she walked in between me and my mother, she got closer. I noticed a tissue in one hand, a piece of paper with the writing in the other. There was a large amount of blood in her shirt and the tissue. She was covered in either sweat or water. She didn't acknowledge either of us. And when I looked back about 10 seconds after crossing the intersection, the night had returned to dusk, and there was no sign of her. Recently, I've been looking into missing persons and reports and police reports in my town for this time period. I've come up short of anything but more questions. My mom doesn't recall the event, but she recalls me being especially quiet, especially when going to bed early that night. I was around maybe 10 or 13 at the time, and I have a history of seeing ghosts. Take that as you will. Sweet dreams. Welcome to Paranormal M, the place where mysteries unfold and chills take over. Subscribe now and turn on notifications to stay updated. Let the thrill of the unknown capture your imagination. The drums and the shadows. When I was 18, I dated a girl my parents did not approve of. And because of this, I ended up moving out of my house and living in my car. Her house was in a very rural area, and so I would park my car at the entrance to an old field, walk across it and through some woods to her house. I'd hang out with her, then go back to sleep in my car at night. This went on for several weeks. I never felt scared traversing the woods or the fields at night. At first, as my girlfriend's dogs would follow me the whole way and then return home especially. But then came the night I reached my car and the dogs had not followed me. I could faintly make out in the distance to the north the sound of drums. They were like tribal drums, the kind you hear in films during a ceremony or ritual, a slow and steady beating. As I stood by my car listening, trying to identify what was happening, the realization hit me. About a mile or so to the north was located a cult on a dead-end road I had heard about as a young teen. I don't know what they were into exactly, but talk in my small school had been of animal sacrifices and your typical creepy goings-on. My mind immediately seized upon that as the obvious answer. They were doing some kind of ritual, and the sound was carrying through the thick woods that separated them from me. Got into my car, and I tried to get some sleep. A few hours later, I awoke to the sound of growling and something hitting my car from underneath. I have no clue what it was, dogs, coyotes, but after that happened, I was much more on edge crossing the woods and the field at night. I heard the drums almost every night after that. Then one night after climbing into my car, I looked out the windshield and I saw a human shadow figure standing in the field I'd just crossed. The form silhouetted against the lighter night sky. I was startled, but I assumed it was my girlfriend's stepfather, who otherwise didn't know I was camping out there. Thinking he perhaps followed me, and my whole gig was up, I turned on my headlights to light up the field and face him. But when I did, the field was empty. I was so shook by this that I just drove away and slept in the parking lot of a country church. It wasn't long before I came to my senses and got away from that girl. That ended my experiences for a while. About a year later, however, I began attending a church about 30 miles away. I found out that the youth pastor actually lived about a mile north of where I had those experiences. In fact, the youth pastor lived on the dead-end road where the cult was located. When I found out, I asked her if she had ever experienced anything paranormal from the cult. She told me the cult had actually been gone for about a decade. She had moved into the street a few years, and that's apparently when they had left. Or rather, a few years after they had left. However, she began to tell me about her experiences when she first moved there, of hearing drums outside and her young daughters talking about seeing the shadow people who ran around the trees that encircled their property. I couldn't believe what I was hearing. It clarified and verified what I had experienced. She then told me she had done some research on the history of the area and learned that it had been frequented by Native American tribes due to a fresh spring nearby. So, what I assumed to be a cult was a paranormal event somehow connected to them, I believe. Some time later, I dated a girl who lived about 2 miles south of where I had my experience. When I brought up what happened to me there and the youth pastor's explanation of her experiences at her home, my girlfriend freaked out, telling me that her mother would sometimes take a bottle of alcohol out into the woods, only to come back hours later drunk and insisting that she had been, in her own words, dancing with the Indians. We broke up not long after. But one night she called me terrified, asking me to come over because she was being attacked by an unseen entity that was shoving her around in her room. I drove over and gave her some inspirational music to put on. She asked me to stay until she would fall asleep, and as I sat there while she lay in bed, a shadow form appeared in her room, floating up near the ceiling in the corner and emanating darkness like it was glowing black. Somehow I boldly faced it. I prayed silently for it to go away, and in moments, it just vanished. Then she spoke up, and I thought she was asleep. Asked if I'd just been praying. I told her yes. And she said, something was just here, wasn't it? I told her yes, and thankfully that was all that happened. I left, then I went home. It's been over 20 years since then. Never had any experience like that again. My boss and the cloaked figure. I had a boss years ago with whom I was very close. We were of the same faith. He was even a minister in it. And furthermore, he had officiated at my wedding, and my RN wife had basically delivered his child when his wife's midwife was late to their home birth. We were thus quite close. A few years after our wedding, he suddenly had an epiphany as he viewed it, and his religious perspective and practice changed drastically almost overnight to a very different position that he believed that I too should adopt. It caused a strain in our entire relationship as he began to insult and mock my faith even while I worked for him. It developed into a very negative daily environment for us both. One day not long afterwards, while at work, I watched as a figure appeared suddenly in the room that we were in and run toward him. It looked like a person in a hooded cloak, completely brown, like a stylized monk or a druid, or often popularly portrayed. Its face was obscured by the cloth. The figure rushed up from behind him and disappeared right as it reached him, as if it vanished into his body. I'm not one to typically see spirits, thankfully, but this was right in front of my eyes in the daylight, although the figure was slightly translucent, kind of freaked out and told him immediately what just happened. He became understandably aggravated and wanted to know what that was supposed to mean, but I was just as mystified as he was. His behavior toward our faith grew increasingly antagonistic in the coming months, which was so different from his usual amicable and loving disposition. He believed I was somehow a heretic for not accepting the validity of his religious epiphany, claimed that in a decade I would no longer even have any faith as he zealously proclaimed the superiority of his own new religious views. The strangeness culminated when I called in one morning to let him know my grandfather was dying and I was going to be with him that day as he passed. He gave me the choice to say goodbye to my grandpa and come on into work or just quit right there. What a bastard. I couldn't believe he was forcing me to choose, but I made the right choice and thanked him over the phone for the opportunity to work for him, said goodbye, and went to be with my grandma for his last moments. Grandpa. It's been over 10 years now, and I've seen him only one time since, and ironically, while I've increased my religious practice over the years, I found out that he's left the faith altogether, no longer religious in any capacity. Many times I've wondered if the robed figure I saw that day at work running into him was some kind of a spirit of confusion or deception that took him further away from his established faith. I still mourn the loss of that beloved friendship. Sometimes people change and they change away from you. Woman in White on a Haunted Farm in Brazil. My name is Walter, and I'm an enthusiast of supernatural things. I already had some experience that soon I want to tell here, but now I want to tell and show something that just happened to my brother. First, I'd like to say that I'm not so good at English, even though all this time I've been living here. Still taking some classes. I'm originally from Brazil, but I live in Los Angeles since 2015. Okay, let me start. My brother is 7 years older than me. He works for a paper and cellulose company. I think this company is the biggest of one of them in the world, so it has a lot of money, and when it started been building, they started to buy all farms around the city and surrounding cities to plain eucalyptus, or plant. For those who don't know, they make paper with eucalyptus wood. My brother works driving the big tractor, and I don't even know the name in English. It has something like claws to stack the eucalyptus trunks. He works in a rotating shift, sometimes day, sometimes during the night. He told me once that some farms are old. They have cemeteries, and the eucalyptus plantation surrounds the cemetery. Sometimes he works at night close to it. He doesn't like to work close to the cemetery. Well, last week he was working at night in one of these farms, very haunted according to some of his friends that already saw some weird things. It was a crew of 4 3-machine tractors and 1 mechanic to support just in case one of the tractors breaks down. Now let me say exactly what my brother said. He said he was working and the mechanic was close to him inside the truck. My brother was like watching him. He notices that he was acting weirdly. He was inside the truck, got off holding the cell phone, and started to walk straight behind the eucalyptus stacks that we can see in the picture. My brother said he wondered what was going on and thought he went behind the stack to poop or to pee. Okay, so my brother got off the tractor to talk to the mechanic. He said to my brother that he was in the car when he suddenly saw someone walking. He focused his flashlight and saw the woman and took the picture. She kept walking, and the moment that my brother saw him walking, the guy said he put his cell phone to record and went after her, but she disappeared. I love this picture because it looks so clear, and I like it more because my brother was a witness. We need to be able to see these things. humming ghost. This happened to me when I was 18. I was laying in bed trying to go to sleep. It was real quiet when all of a sudden I heard this little girl humming, and I have no brothers or sisters. She sounded like she was trying to hum Greensleeves or the tune to What Child Is This? I couldn't believe what I was hearing. I thought it was just my mind playing tricks with me because it was so quiet. But then the humming grew louder. The humming was from a little girl, but the hums were broken as if she was trying to remember a song. So she was trying her best, and it definitely sounded like Greensleeves. My mind panicked, and the first thing that flew out of my mouth was, No, this isn't happening. Nope, not tonight. Jumped out of bed, still saying nope, and putting in a DVD movie to listen to drown out the little girl. I remember saying, Nope, I feel sorry for you, but I can't help you. Leave me alone. After hurriedly putting in the movie, don't laugh, it was the Three Stooges. The old movies, something loud and silly. I literally cranked the volume up to max and got in bed and let the sucker play all night like that. My heart was beating so fast, and I remember just praying the humming would go away. I went to sleep, and it eventually stopped. The next morning, I had to tell my mom. I told her everything, and she asked me what song the girl was trying to sing. I said Greensleeves. I tried to show her how she hummed it, so I began humming. After I stopped, the little girl began humming again, louder, showing exactly how she sung it. My mom's eyes widened and the hair on the back of my neck stood on end. After around 15 seconds, she stopped humming. Never have heard the girl again. It's been 7 years. I hope never to. My family has had experiences of ghosts before. I've had paranormal experiences as well. But this case was just terrifying because this ghost acknowledged me. I don't think it had anything to do with the house since it was fairly new. I have heard that in our area there's a ghost of a girl that travels from home to home every so often. Crying girl in our cabin. My family rented a cabin in Helena, Georgia, or Helen, Georgia. It was 3 stories tall and was pretty much right in the center of town. Stayed for a week, and about 3 days into our stay, weird things started to happen. My aunt and grandma, who stayed on the 2nd floor, along with my mom and dad, who had their own room, started hearing things. They said they heard a little girl crying at night. I didn't pay much attention to it. My aunt and grandma are pretty jumpy when it comes to staying in new places. I thought they just heard a TV going because there was a TV in each of our rooms. 4 days into the trip, my aunt and mom are sitting on the couch and they hear a girl say in a very distressed and breathy voice, "Mama." My mom yelled for me. I was out on the porch in the cabin. They asked if I had hollered for her, which of course I didn't. Now, my mom, grandma, and aunt were all scared. They were afraid to be left alone in any part of the cabin by themselves. I tried not to pay attention to it because we were on vacation. I wanted to have a good time hanging out in the cabin. Wanted to have a good night's sleep, too. So, thinking about ghosts just wasn't on my mind. Until that night, my husband and I had the top room of the cabin. We turned off the TV and went to sleep after a long day of walking around town. I woke up out of a dead sleep and I started hearing a girl crying. Small, moaning sobs. I went real quiet, stopped breathing to hear if it was just in my mind or my ears playing a trick on me because I'm thinking it might be one of my family members' TVs playing. Nothing. The sounds were definitely coming from inside the room. Went back in my mind about 6 years ago to when the ghost of a little girl started humming in my room and the fear and panic of that experience flew over me again. I grabbed the smart TV remote, turned it to some cartoon or a movie and turned up the volume, like it was pretty loud. My husband turned over to complain how loud it was and asked me to turn it off. Absolutely not. I'm not turning it down or off. He got agitated and asked me why did I have it so loud. I told him I would explain it in the morning. The sobs eventually died out over the sound of the TV. The next day, I told my husband what happened and told him that we only have 2 nights left. I'm going to leave the TV on loud to just get ready for it. I was afraid to hear the little girl cry again, and to be honest, I was super upset about it. I was ready to just up and go home. So the next night passes and the TV was kept on and loud. Nothing that night, except mine, my husband's ears hurting, and a sleepless night. The last night was a doozy. I was so tired that I went straight to sleep and left my husband watching TV, but I asked him to please, before he went to sleep, start a movie or whatever, just keep the volume up. He promised, and I went to sleep. Then I woke up again out of deep sleep to the sound of how quiet it was, and the panic shot through me. The TV wasn't on, and I can't swear on the Bible, but I think I could hear the little girl crying again. I looked at the TV and had on the screen something to do with playback issues. It was a smart TV with a Roku, so I was doing everything I could. The remote buttons wouldn't work, and I was freaking out like it wouldn't let me move out of the error screen. So I somehow had to restart the TV to get it to come back on and actually play something. After fiddling around for more than I would care to, it actually started up and let me scroll to a movie to play. Once again, the volume was turned up. I think whatever was in that cabin had something to do with trying to stop the TV from playing. I was happy this was our last night in the cabin. Never stay in Helen, Georgia ever again. Empty stall. There was this antique mall located in Chattanooga. Hey, shout out to a listener in Chattanooga. I know you might be there. We went there probably every weekend with my parents. It was a really cool place. They had all kinds of antiques, pretty much a museum, but everything's for sale. Sadly, they're closed now. This experience happened when I was 15. My mom and I had to go to a restroom, and they had women's restrooms. So while I waited on my mom, I was looking at the mirror over the sink trying to see if I had done my eye makeup right. Because when you're 15, makeup skills are important. So while I'm looking in the mirror, I see behind me a woman walk in. Didn't see really what she looked like, but I could tell she was wearing something dark navy colored. I was really focused if I had done my eyeliner right around my eyes, and she was walking across the bathroom toward the end of the toilet stall. It got real quiet, like I didn't hear the stall door open or close, or footsteps, so I'm thinking she's standing against the wall waiting or something. Turn to look and no one. I look over and see the end stall doors halfway open. I go to look and no one's in there, and immediately I'm freaking out. I told my mom we needed to go, now. When we got out, I told her and my dad what happened. And now that I type this, I don't remember ever hearing the door open when she walked in, or footsteps. So I think I saw a ghost. We went to the antique mall still and used the restrooms, but I didn't goof around with the mirrors anymore. Hardly looked in the mirror. I'd go to the bathroom and I'd get out as soon as possible. She's probably attached to whatever was in the antique mall. But they'd actually put antiques for sale in the women's restrooms that serve as decor, like pictures, a dressing table, antique brushes, and a handheld mirror. That's cool. My grandma lived in a haunted house. My grandma and her family used to live in a small area in Tennessee. Her parents, siblings, and she moved into an old farmhouse. This was in the 50s. I asked her how old she thought the house was, like a specific date, but she said that she didn't know. It was definitely old, though. In the night, they would hear a door open and shut in the house. All night long, really. The sound of a cat screech. Finally, her daddy had had enough and removed the hinges and replaced them with leather hinges to see if it would stop the door from opening and shutting. It didn't. It still kept doing it. Open, shut. And that sound of a cat screeching. Also, under this house was enough room for her and her siblings to play underneath. The house was set up on high-end stones, and there was no skirting underneath the home, so it was just open. Somebody had tried to build a cellar but never finished it. Apparently it was to connect to the home. On the ground, every day they went down, they would find balls of long hair that looked grayish like woman's hair. And underneath the hair was coins and change. They would just toss the hair and get the coins. Again, no explanation for this. One day, Grandma's mama got sick. So, great-great-grandma, which was Grandma's mom's mother, came over to help with the kids and help her daughter. Interesting side fact was that great-great-grandma was Cherokee, but she would never ever admit to it if asked. She would always claim Black Dutch. She was terrified of being taken to Oklahoma to a reservation. Anyway, great-great-grandma only stayed one night. Got ready to leave before the sun came up. Grandma said her mama asked why she was leaving, to which she replied, "I seen a man and his wife pass through the dresser and into the wall. The wife was missing her head. I ain't staying in this house." She left and she never came back to the house. Across from the house where they lived and across a road was an open field. In the field was a large 3-story home, a rancher-type house. In its heyday, it must have been beautiful, but now it looked weathered. The paint was peeling and just looked like it had seen better days. Every night on the top floor in one of the windows, everybody saw candlelight flickering. Grandma's dad was curious, so one day, during the sunlight of course, he walked over to the old house to see where the light could be coming from. If anybody was living there, the kids came along too. Great-grandpa walked inside, and the house on the inside looked worse. There was no way somebody could go upstairs to the top floor because the stairs had basically rotted away completely. Meanwhile, Grandma's half-sister went to the cellar door of the old house and opened it. Down in the cellar was an old, tacky-looking man. He looked up and said to her, "Come on in." Her sister slammed the door and ran. There were no steps that led into the cellar. I don't think they ever went back over to that ranch house ever again. They stayed in that house from when my grandma was 8 till she was 11 and the family moved. If there's any more details to this story that I've missed, I'll ask her, and I'll add it. Haunted home when I was little. We moved in this home around 2000 or 2001. That would make me 3 or 4 years old. Honestly, after moving in, it felt like our lives had went downhill. I honestly believe there was something evil in that house. My mom says the first night she slept in the house, she dreamed of a thick fog and a black cat. She woke up and remembers telling Dad that they messed up buying the house. It gave her a feeling of dread. My grandma on my dad's side and my mom was sitting in the living room. That was while I was sitting on the floor playing. I don't remember this because I was so young. But she said all we heard was a man groan behind the door. She says my eyes got real big and I said, "Whoa." The house looked like it was from the 90s, and one of the rooms where for a while we used as a junk room. That's where we just put odds and ends and things in there. There were outlines of where posters had been on the walls, and the space was white where the poster had been. The rest of the walls had a yellow tinge. I'm guessing it's where somebody had smoked a lot. Also, where our back door was. That's where our washer and dryer would be in our utility room. There were tiny scratches at the bottom of the door, the one that separated the utility room from the kitchen, almost like cat scratches. And there was a door in my parents' room, and at the bottom of the door there was those same scratches. Things were heard, felt, and seen in that house. I remember when I was around 6 or 7, I thought I'd seen the back room out of the corner of my eye. Something white, like a white dress with a long train going from one side to the other side of the room. And it was dark. Might have been my imagination, but I can't swear it. I would have dreams where I would try and run out of one of the rooms and just couldn't. I couldn't scream. I felt my legs went numb, and it was like I couldn't run away, like something will be waiting for me, dragging me back. My mom woke up one morning and seen what she thought was my dad at the end of the bed. It was a work day. She thought that maybe he had come back home too early. It was a man, she said, with red hair. And by the way, my dad has red hair. It was wearing like a blue workman's uniform, like a boiler suit, but separate pants and a shirt. Then she looked back and the man was gone. My grandma and grandpa, who was on hospice, he was sort of in a roll-around bed. He stayed with us in the house so my mom could help give medication to grandpa. My grandma had a dream where she'd seen the man with red hair and beard in the bathroom in the mirror over the sink. My grandpa was scared for the light to be turned off. At this time, my parents would argue, like all the time. Anybody who stayed in the house, it was like the tension was so thick you could cut it with a knife. I was having problems of my own, too. I was depressed nearly all the time. I always felt like I was being watched, like there was always something just watching me. I would look behind my shoulder, and of course, there'd be nothing. My grandma had felt one time something get into the bed with her. And the way she described it, it was like a big dog. She would kick it out of the bed, half asleep, and it would get back into the bed with her, and kick it out, get back in, till it would finally stop. I remember my mom and I watching, oddly enough, The Ghost and Mrs. Moyer, 1947, in my parents' bedroom. That's when all of a sudden we heard this loud bang. Like the only way I can describe it, it's like somebody took a concrete block and threw it as hard as they could against the floor in the bathroom, or like maybe the closet floor. We jumped up and we looked. Nothing had fell. But it was so loud, and it definitely sounded like it was coming from their closet. Their closet was huge. It was a deep walk-in closet. My grandma was up one morning just taking care of Grandpa. That's when she said she started hearing sounds of wire hangers violently hitting the sides of the closet wall. She knocked on my parents' door, and she thought that my mom had gotten into a fight with my dad and just was packing his stuff or hers and was jerking clothes off the hangers. You know, letting him hit all the closet walls and make loud noise. She found out that my parents were still asleep. My mom sat on the couch one day and felt something furry rub up against her leg, like a cat, but there wasn't a cat there. And this happened twice. Second time, she felt it pull on her shirt, too. Grandma and Mom said they were sitting on the couch. And apparently, they had heard a sort of picking sound, like a cat sharpening its nail on a treadmill. Do cats do that? That's cool. There were marks on the treadmill from cat claws, but no cat, and we didn't have a cat. Halloween, my mom put out a step mat, and we had this for years. And when you stepped on it, a man's voice would say, "Happy Halloween!" It was kind of cute, step mat, purple with an orange pumpkin. Went off by itself like somebody had stepped on it. She ripped out the voice box and step sensor mechanism. Other things happened, but this post is already too long, and some things I just can't remember. All I know is that finally we had enough. Moved out when I was about 8 or 9. My mom says she believes that there is a ghost of a cat there. She didn't think it was bad. She kind of felt sorry for it. An unexplained experience I had counseling at summer camp some years ago. I can't fall asleep right now. Figured I'd share my one and only potentially paranormal encounter. It happened when I was 15. About 6 or 7 years ago, when I finally grew old enough to become a counselor at a summer camp I had attended annually for most of my childhood. The camp is in Camo Anokijik. It's in Plymouth, Wisconsin, if you want to check it out. Spelled Camo, C-A-M-O, Anokijig, A-N-O-K-I-J-I-G. You would imagine that a summer camp as large and old as Anokijig would have its fair share of scary stories and camp legends. But from my experience, that really wasn't the case. Ghost stories around the campfire were, of course, popular, but they aren't really any specifically about the camp itself. That is, except one commonly accepted notion among the staff. Thunderbird Cabin 2 is haunted. See, the camp is separated into boys' and girls' sides. These sides are further divided into sections with names like Lakeview, Timber Trail, or, of course, Thunderbird. Counselors would rotate through sections throughout the summer. During the particular week of this story, I was stationed in Thunderbird, and was assigned with another counselor, who I'm going to call Keegan, to watch over the infamous Cabin 2. Stories about the Cabin 2 varied. Entities outside of the windows, goat men, scratching sounds at odd hours of the night, whatever. The diverse and often hyperbolized nature of these stories actually led me to doubt the legitimacy of all of them. It's a much more likely explanation that there was a desire for ghost stories at camp and that somebody just came up with Thunderbird 2 is haunted. Which just happened to stick, you know? I still kind of believe this, in fact. I don't really believe in ghosts or the paranormal, but I know what I experienced, and any rational explanation I can come up with doesn't seem to fully convince me. Anyways, it goes as follows. This week I was assigned to watch the youngest group of boys, about 6 to 8. We like to have everybody in bed early since the young kids can be restless. They needed time to wind down, and this particular night things went smoothly for Keegan and I. We had gotten all of the kids seemingly asleep rather quickly. Being a little bit older, we would stay up and chat or read, and this night was no different. We both sat in Keegan's bunk sharing a pair of earbuds and watching YouTube videos. It's important now to describe the layout of cabin of Thunderbird. They were simplistic and rectangular, raised wooden cabins. The inner perimeter was lined with bunk beds and housed about 20, maybe 30 campers, 2 counselors. Small, high-set rectangular windows along all sides, providing moderate moonlight at night. Anyways, we're watching a video and all the kids are asleep. It's dead quiet outside and inside. You can barely hear the crackling of the dwindling campfire and the muffled normal sounds of the Midwest forest at night. And, well, that is until something disturbs the peace. The unmistakable sound of somebody shaking in a sleeping bag breaks the silence. It's clear from the noise and vibrations that one of the campers is basically flailing in their bunk. Their sleeping bag is rustling, the metal bunk is squeaking. The sound of their body bouncing on the mattress makes a dull thumping. Keegan and I quickly just take out our earbuds, pause for a moment, and listen to the sound. We turn to each other with a concerned, "What the hell?" look on our faces. Initially, I'm actually worried a camper's having a seizure. And then on the other side of the cabin, we hear the same noise. The same vibration. Only a few seconds after the first camper started to shake. Second one joins in. Then another, and another. Within 7 or 8 seconds, literally every fucking kid in this cabin is flailing in their bags. The sound of rustling fabric and straining bed springs is all you can hear. In the pale of the moonlight, you could also see the outlines of their bodies bouncing around a little bit. The entire cabin is vibrating at this point, and Keegan and I are now frozen, wide-eyed, and terrified. We each have had the same frightened look, and it's clear that neither of us have any idea on what's going on or what to do. We sit paralyzed. We sit like this for some period of time while the collective possession around us is continuing. After 15 or maybe 20 seconds of this, the cacophony stops, like a switch is flipped. All the campers stop moving and go perfectly still, back to sleeping undisturbed. Still immobilized with fear, Keegan and I sit completely still as well, not talking or moving. We're scared, and I'm assuming that this was simply the beginning of something worse. Unsure whether to run or check at the campers, minutes go by and both of us are looking around. Our eyes are darting to the door and the surrounding bunks, and both of us are just braced for impending doom. I'm not sure how, but at the same time, both of us silently conclude that we should bolt. As fast as we can, we leap from the bunk and sprint out the door into the clearing and accompanying the cabins. The only person still outside is our senior counselor scrolling through his phone by the fire. He's surprised to see 2 counselors of a cabin dash out the way we did. Panicked, we try to explain what the hell happened. He tries to brush it off, but he does agree to check the cabin. As you can guess, he doesn't see or hear anything but peacefully sleeping campers. We reluctantly return to the cabin and get to our beds. High alert, I lie awake for some time, braced and waiting for something. But alas, I drift off at some point, and wouldn't you believe it? In the morning, none of the kids claimed to know anything about the night previous. They all claimed to have fallen asleep like any other night, and the phenomenon does not continue any following night either. As somebody who is wholly skeptical and, as previously stated, does not believe in anything not well-founded or observed scientifically, I struggle to think what might have caused this. I want to think if it was a prank, but I just don't think that a bunch of young children could coordinate something like this so well, or even, well, I don't think they could retain their innocence in the matter. If anybody has any similar stories or even heard of anything that could cause this, I'm all ears. Probably be the most confused and scared I'll ever be in my life. The situation was so bizarre and sudden. Hope I properly conveyed just how creepy it was. The Hellfire Club. Growing up, my father told me a lot of stories from his youth. One such grouping of stories was around a place we both visited numerous times as children. High up in the Dublin Wicklow Mountains, overlooking the city of Dublin, is a place known as Montpelier Hill. It's an amazing sight for those who haven't been there, especially during the dark hours. I would attach photos, but this sub doesn't allow it. On this hill lies an old ruin of a stone-built lodge known as the Hellfire Club. The Hellfire Club was once home to a group of young aristocrats who would do as young aristocrats would do back then: card games, drinking, and revelry, but also the most debauched satanic practices as well. It is told the club was built on an ancient burial ground, which was marked by giant stone monuments reminiscent of Stonehenge, and those stone cairns would also be used in the construction. Nearby to this lodge is a home known as Killicky House, which was supposedly also used by the Hellfire Club on occasion. The usual story of the Hellfire Club Lodge is one many of us have heard before. A stormy night, whilst the aristocrats were playing cards and drinking, they heard a knock on the door. A well-dressed stranger entered. They asked to join their game. He consistently beat them at every card game until he was accused of cheating. One of the aristocrats pulled on his sleeve and a card fell to the floor. As he looked under the card table to see where the card landed, he found the stranger had 2 hooves for feet, and in a puff of fire and smoke, the stranger disappeared. This is probably fiction, but other accounts point to it maybe having some truth. In the 1800s, Dublin was home to the biggest red light district in Europe. One night, a young prostitute visited the Hellfire Club, and it said she was murdered by being placed in an old wooden barrel that was set on fire and rolled down the steep hill in front of the Hellfire Club Lodge. Her ghost is heard wailing. That's all the way through the adjacent forests, and in the Hellfire Club itself during the month of October around Halloween. A young dwarf boy is also said to have perished in this club. He was invited as a guest, but sacrificed in a ritual by the young aristocrats, which also involved sacrificing black cats. Bastards. To this day, the bones of sacrificed cats are still found deep in the forests of the Wicklow Mountains, which many believe are still used by satanic cults. County Wicklow is the only Irish county with a very high rate of Protestants whose families would link back to the lords and aristocrats of those days. In the early 70s, during renovations of a nearby Killigee house, the bones of a young dwarf boy were found alongside an effigy and a horned demon. During the renovations of this house, my father named 1 or 2 of his father's friends who were working there at his. They claimed that they had seen a dog-sized black cat roaming the home. Had a large burning red eye, and when they stayed there overnight, as it was a tough journey back to Dublin City, they locked doors and they'd open by themselves constantly. They all left during the early hours of the morning as soon as dawn broke. Couldn't find their way down the mountain during dark. Not a single one stayed to collect their wages or finish the job. The owners of this house had also seen the devilish black cat numerous times, but refused to move out. Months later, the family finally found a painter who would finish off the work of those who had left. On the day he began his work, the front door was locked behind him in fear of someone perhaps burgling the home whilst he was in there. Suddenly the door burst open. A dark figure approached him, warning him that the door must always remain open or there would be consequences. He didn't finish the job and hurried away from the house once the shadow had disappeared. He looked back, seeing the shadow standing in the door in front of his eyes, and he swore the figure turned into a giant black cat with devil's eyes and started to laugh in a guttural voice. Many years later, an Irish television crew went to the home. They went to try to catch footage of this experience at the home. They found nothing but the night a dark substance like oil poured down each wall inside. Soon after, a priest was called to bless the home and try to rid of whatever haunted it. Since then, all apparitions had stopped pretty much, and the family continued with their lives. A few years later, a group of young actors had stayed in the home as guests. They decided to have a seance. During the seance, it said that home's pottery and paintings were ripped from the shelves and walls and smashed by an unknown force. Many things materialized from thin air, including coins from past centuries and from far-off countries, along with sightings of 2 nuns and a black cat. Later, a psychic would investigate the home and discover that the nuns were women who had participated in the satanic rituals of centuries past, and the black cat was a demon the club had unsuccessfully tried to conjure. The painter, who last worked in the home, painted a picture of a black cat that he had seen. For anybody who's interested, I can DM them that. something happened again. Where I live, it's a very old house. My apartment is ground level, and my neighbor's above me. Old landlord houses in Dublin are basically 2 levels, with one top level being accessed from the main set of maybe 20 steps up. That's where the landlord would have lived. My entrance is through the garden with my door to the side of these steps, where the scullery maids, etc. would have cooked and probably lived too. When you enter my doorway, we have a little hall and a small door to the left that would be kind of a basement room directly below my neighbor's outside steps. To the right is a long hallway with my bedroom to the right, and directly facing it is a spare bedroom. It's a very big apartment. Since I moved in last year, I get bad feelings from the spare room, so mostly I try to avoid it and let my girlfriend do the cleaning, if we have guests staying over. A few months ago, we both witnessed something that really creeped me out, but not to the extent of 2 nights ago. We were both chilling in the living room watching TV at night, and we had some of my clothes drying on like a clothing rack in front of us. One of the jumper sleeves raised itself into the air and then dropped again, like if somebody was packing a suitcase. They pulled the sleeve out to fold it. There was no breeze or draft, etc., and all the windows were closed and nothing else moved at the time. We both looked at each other to acknowledge that we'd both seen, but continued watching TV. It was weird. Sometimes at night, when I'm turning the lights off as I sleep later with my girlfriend, I feel something watching me in this darkness. 2 days ago, my girlfriend told me that our landlord's family have lived in the house for over 200 years. He's a very odd man, so I tend not to get along with him that much, and I said some shit about him lightheartedly about him being weird. That night, I went to bed quite early for myself, which was maybe 11:40 p.m. My girlfriend had college, and the next day she was asleep already. I was lying in bed with the door closed, scrolling on my phone, when I heard the doors start to open and close. They're heavy old wooden doors, so they creak when they open and close. I'm used to a slight breeze at this time of year, sweeping through the house, and the noise of the doors that go along with it. This wasn't a slight breeze. It continued for 10 minutes until I realized maybe my girlfriend had left the bedroom window open, which she never even does, but maybe that's why this whole noise was happening. The doors were banging shut and open pretty constantly. As soon as they would open, they'd shut again. Never heard before whilst living here. That's when I heard something walking in her hallway. We have carpet flooring in each bedroom and in the hall. I could hear footsteps trudging along the carpet between the spare bedroom and into the hall. This continued for maybe 5 minutes as I was getting more freaked out of the seconds all these sounds I could hear. To the point I rang my little sister who lives with her dad and told her something could have broken into the apartment. I grew up in a rough neighborhood, so it's natural for me to keep a weapon near my bedside. In this case, it's a little hatchet. I didn't want to wake my girlfriend just in case, and I told my sister if I didn't message her in 5 minutes something had happened, and to send my dad up straight away. I built up the courage to open my bedroom door into the pitch-black hallway. As I turned on the hallway light, everything went silent. No doors banging or creaking or footsteps. The spare bedroom has a computer table with a desk chair that's always underneath it. The chair was out from under the desk and it was facing me. At this stage, I still half believed somebody had broken in. Maybe it was just to keep my adrenaline pumping for fear of it being something else. I went room to room, turning the lights on and waiting for someone or something in one of the rooms, and I found nothing. No windows open, nothing. Kept all the lights on, went outside to have a cigarette to calm my nerves and text my sister. I prayed outside for my deceased family members, and hopefully they'd always watch over and protect me, and I went back to bed making sure to keep my bedside lamp on. I didn't put the hatchet down till I was in bed. I was frickin' freaked out. Within 20 minutes, I heard the footsteps again in the hallway. They lasted for some time, and when they stopped, I finally went to sleep. On a side note, one of my neighbors has a black cat. I don't know which neighbor, though. But he started to come into my apartment through the back garden window as I laid food out for him. We've bonded since. I have no pets here, and both my dogs passed away a long time ago. For some reason, he always walks into that spare bedroom. I'm beginning to hate this place. My experiences as an Irishman in a very old town. Bullet points are going to be used in some instances. I can't remember exact ages or dates and what order things happened in. I feel ya. I live in an extremely old part of an old city in Ireland. A city which has been uncountable bloodshed and war, or which has seen uncountable bloodshed and war. To us locals, it's known as Dublin Town. Where I live with my family, they've lived for generations. We come from very old Irish bloodlines. And this will matter later in the story. My street is now made of tarmac, but it was once old cobblestones. I have numerous neighbors who have heard of the sounds of horses clopping outside during the night hours, and those of you who know the sound of horses on cobble know it's unique. This is an extremely minor part. My great-grandfather lived at the top of an adjacent laneway. So, what we know as tenement housing. Story goes, one night, he's on his way home from work in the very early morning hours, and he heard a low growl coming from behind him. When he turned, he saw a large black dog with burning red eyes at the bottom of the lane. This lane is a steep hill, maybe 100 feet long. It's quite narrow. He ran to the door facing down the lane and proceeded to make his way up into the room where his wife and children lived, including my grandfather. His room faced the laneway and was 2 or 3 floors up. As he looked out the window, he saw the black, red-eyed dog sitting at the top of the lane, maybe 20 feet from his tenement door, staring up at him. And this dog is not a good Irish omen. My oldest daughter once seen what she thinks was the Banshee as she walked home from a night of partying in the early 1980s. A woman dressed in white, combing her hair in what sounded like unnatural crying. She was sitting atop a 20-foot-high wall. My uncle, who's from a different country and is extremely pragmatic, he was once driving through the countryside. At least he swears he'd seen one of the little people, a leprechaun, sitting behind a bush. Now I will begin my own personal stories. I apologize for the length of this post, but I feel it's time to share my experiences. As a child, myself and my 3 siblings shared the same bedroom. Sadly, when my mother was pregnant on my little sister, she was hit by a car. My sister suffered from some health problems when she was born. One night, when we were around 7, maybe 8 years old, I woke up to the sound of my little sister having a conversation in the pitch-black room. I slept on the top bunk, and I'll never forget peering over and groggily asking her what she's doing. She was sitting on a chair and told me she was talking to her grandfather, sounding pretty excited too. Our grandfather had passed away a few years earlier. That's when my family realized she was special. Due to the circumstances surrounding her birth, she was not meant to survive. But against all odds, she did. When I was around 12, myself and my little brother, who was maybe 8 or 9, were alone in our bedroom. We'd stayed up very late playing games as young siblings usually do. Parents, thinking we were asleep. Our bedroom was ground floor, and the windows faced the same huge old slate wall that my aunt had seen the Banshee decades earlier, and that's when we heard it. It can't describe the exact sound, but it will forever be etched into my memory. I've heard all sorts of urban foxes fighting, wildcats fighting, and it was an unnatural crying. It was sort of like a guttural thing, but also high-pitched screeching, like the sound of a cat being mutilated on our windowsill. Both in terror, we froze. My little brother being a curious kid, wanted to go look out. I stopped him, and I remembered what our father had told us. Explanation at the end. He asked me what it could be, and maybe in the hopes of being the oldest brother, I would have some sort of natural explanation. I dared not say it out loud in fear that she would hear us come for us and whispered out our father's warning. It lasted what felt like hours, but may have just been a few minutes, and slowly made its way away from our house. The sound of it moving into the distance, whilst it was still making that fear-inducing sound, it'll never leave me. Shortly after, we got into the bed that was beside each other, and we both agreed that we had heard the Banshee. Our father once warned us of a woman with long black hair covering her face. She would wear a white dress and be combing her hair. And to those who come across her, she would appear to be crying and ask for help. If you speak to her or look at her in her face, you'll die, or one of your family will come to serious harm. He had some stories of his father passed on and so forth, but I can't remember them. This was before I heard of any of my own sightings. The reason I'm writing these posts is because of, that happened recently. And because of that, I asked my little brother if he would be experiencing these things as kids. Sadly, he didn't. I don't think I'll ever forget, but just in case, I want to have my experiences somewhat not personal, but also easy to find. Somehow, this feels safe. I'm going to begin by explaining what I know of the Banshee, as I did in my last post. She's a protector, but also an omen. She's particular to ancient Irish bloodlines, by the way, and she won't appear to all. A few months ago, I'm working all over the country with a friend of mine. We set off from Dublin at around 7 a.m., and the van we were in was not running smoothly. Long story short, it had a dropped fuel injector. Against all advice to drive back to Dublin, we continued on our journey. What should have been a 14-hour workday in 3 different counties turned into a 24-hour workday. As we left the coast of County Clare at 1:30 a.m., having finished all of our work, we headed back home exhausted and hungry. It was a stupid thing to do, but we both were hard-working men, and a 4-hour drive didn't seem too bad. But I was wrong. During the drive, my friend, who's an Eastern European, not that it matters, was constantly falling asleep behind the wheel, and as I had no license yet, I couldn't drive in his place. I had a very strong feeling that if I fell asleep, we'd both die. I had to shake him awake numerous times, whilst also fighting to sleep myself. We had 2 hours left before we reached Dublin. That's when I'd seen her. A white figure like a bright human-shaped fog facing me on the road. It was clear all around the motorway, but this one figure straight in front of me, maybe 20 meters away, I know it wasn't sleep deprivation. I had seen nothing before or nothing after. As we approached her, the urge to sleep finally took over me, and for some reason I told myself I'm going to die if I sleep. But I just can't stay awake any longer. I closed my eyes and I drifted into sleep. Where she was, the road diverted into a slipway behind her, and I heard my friend's voice clearly and loudly asking me if I was awake. I woke up straight away, and I found my friend fast asleep behind the wheel. We were headed straight for the diversion at the center of the road. A crash like that will no doubt kill all involved. And again, I just shook my friend awake, having grabbed the wheel and steered us back into the road. Never told him about what I had seen, and only told my girlfriend. It's what spurred me to write this records of events, really. Since then, I can't shake the feeling I was protected by the Banshee or some spirit. Maybe even my mother. I will now continue my other experiences. It only feels right to do so. Maybe they'll help someone somehow. Once as a child, I woke up to see a floating skull facing me in my bedroom. I was in my top bunk, staring through those safety bars. The whiteness of the skull shone out against the darkness of the room. It wasn't close to me, really, nor did I feel threatened, but I can't explain what it was. Hollowed-out eyes. When I was 13 years old, I slept in my grandmother's house. The bottom of my bed faced the window. It was on the second floor, and the window was open. I woke during the night to hear a voice calling me, and I felt a presence coming in through the open window. I don't know whether it was teenage hormones, but I was asking me to sleep with it. Or rather, it was. And years later, I read about incubus or succubus, and to this day, I think it may have been one. My mother passed away a few years ago, and during that time, I hated life. And I hated myself more than life. I've never experienced mental health problems before or after this experience, though. One day, I'm alone in my bedroom, and I had a sudden urge to hurt myself. Stabbed myself in the thigh with a pencil and felt a rush due to the hatred I had for myself. At that moment, a book fell off my shelf. No window or door was open, so no wind or draft could have moved this heavy book. I believe in that moment my mother was letting me know that she's watching over me and I'm not alone anymore. Other occurrences have happened, but they've sort of compounded this fact that I have a guardian watching over me always. A close friend of mine is what we call an Irish traveler. To most, it would be an Irish gypsy, but I find both have semi-prejudiced meanings. Their language has some ancient Gaelic vocabulary not spoken in a very long time by the majority of the Irish. Their bloodlines also contain some very ancient Irish too. This is the story of one. In that group of people, arranged marriage is quite common. It's frowned upon to marry without prearrangements. The story goes one such arrangement between two families was agreed upon, but somehow the soon-to-be groom's family found out the soon-to-be wife was sleeping with a man from a different clan. The marriage was called off, and the oldest women in both families met to discuss the terms of the failed marriage, to stop the bloodshed that would begin between the men of both clans. The groom's grandmother warned the consequences of such were dire, and the aforementioned wife would never breed a child, nor would any of her kin. The wife's family took this with a pinch of salt. It's better to hear some loose words than have a war between the clans, which would undoubtedly cause a great amount of blood to be spilled on both sides. Years went by, and the wife married the man she had been sleeping with. She chose love over the wishes of both families. Good girl. Many women she called kin would be pregnant over this time, but all would suffer heartache during pregnancy and lose the children. This is not a fable, but a true story. Maybe not good. Oops. Now, this woman was married to the man she loved and wanted children of her own, soon becoming pregnant herself. Again, heartache ensued, and the child passed away in childbirth. A decade had passed since the clan had broke the marriage agreement, and not a single child had been born. The oldest of the clan went to see another clan, as they had known to have a witch or medicine woman. The medicine woman told her that the bloodline had been cursed, and the demonic spirit of a black horse would forever be attached to them. Thus, no children would be born unless the original clan who cursed them could destroy the curse. This is when she remembered the old conversation she had with the other elderly woman many years ago, pleading to meet this woman again for conversation to put things right. The young wife became pregnant again, and during this time the eldest of her clan met with the eldest woman of the original groom's clan, pleading with them to take off the curse as it had ruined the lives of many. Not sure why or how, but they decided to destroy the curse, and the wife gave birth to a healthy child, the first to be born in a decade. My friend who told me this doesn't really believe in ghosts or the like, but he knows these curses are real and just named this as one of the many examples. It's something I'll never forget. My brother was 16 years old. He had a girlfriend from the local area. None of my family really liked her as she didn't seem good for him. Concerned for his mental health when he was with her due to her being a bad influence. One night, not long after my grandmother had passed away, they decided to stay in my grandmother's home to keep one of my aunt's company. My grandmother was extremely opposed to them dating and was basically the matriarch of her whole family. They made the mistake this night of staying in her bed. Supposedly, the girl woke up during the night to see a dark shadow standing next to her, peering into her face. This girl was not one of the spiritual kind, nor did she believe in ghosts. She woke my brother, and both of them soon left the house. Never returned, and they broke up shortly after. This dark shadow has never been seen in the house before or after. It's actually a home I feel quite calm and always feel like my grandmother's loving presence is still there somehow. I've slept there numerous times on my own since then, even my grandmother's old bed. Not once have I felt threatened or seen anything. My strange encounter with the black UFO. This happened to me approximately 15 years ago. I've tried to rationalize what happened to me so many times over the years and convince myself it never happened or that I was dreaming. But each time I do that, I keep coming back to how well I remembered things about that day. I remember exactly what I was wearing. I remember the exact feel of the chilly breeze against my skin that day, and I remember the feeling of the cold stone step I was sitting on. I never remembered a dream with such clarity. I had a bad childhood, grew up very poor. When this happened, I was maybe 17 years old. So between 4 and 5 p.m. on an autumn evening, and I just had one of many huge arguments with me and my grandmother and my brother. I'd left the house in anger. I sat down on the step outside to get away from them. Pretty much as soon as I sat down, I looked up into the sky above the houses opposite where I lived. I saw this huge black thing. It was silently hovering overhead. I've tried and tried over the years to be able to describe it better than a thing, but I just can't. I've tried drawing it, and again, I just can't seem to get it right. You know how a stealth aircraft has lots of angles to it? That's the closest thing I can compare it to. Except it looked like no human aircraft I've ever seen. It looked as if it had windows on the front, and I definitely got the impression that just as I was staring at it, transfixed, whoever or whatever was inside of this thing was scrutinizing me as it hovered motionlessly. It was silent. It was just hovering in the sky above me. I have no idea how long I stared at it for. It could have been a long time or just a few seconds. But I remember I felt absolutely no fear whatsoever during any of this. Only a sense of astonishment at what I was seeing and wondering if anybody else was seeing what I was. I don't remember seeing any other people on the street at that time, nor any vehicles passing. And that's my story. I have no memory of what happened after I saw it, nor do I remember taking my eyes off of it. I'd forgotten about the whole thing for a number of years, until a random conversation with my girlfriend somehow made me remember it. I've since researched the strange and paranormal and read somewhere that these types of encounters can occur to younger people, or those who are going through periods of heightened emotional stress. I realize people are going to call me crazy or mock me for what happened, but I know what I saw, and I'd be very interested to get opinions. It couldn't have been the dog. A couple of months ago, my sister and I were house or dog sitting 2 corgis for a coworker of my mom's. My sister had stayed at the house an entire week when I came home from school to stay the last 2 nights with her. Absolutely nothing had happened all week pretty much. She felt completely safe. I finished my homework downstairs by myself on the last night at midnight, went up to bed, and the dogs followed. My sister, the dogs, and I were all piled up into bed together when we decided it was time to sleep around 1. Not even a minute after I'd shut my eyes, the dogs bolted off the bed downstairs, barking like crazy. My sister and I heard nothing that could have set them off, but I remembered I had mistakenly left my keys on the driver's seat, so maybe my car was being stolen. My sister was urging me to grab my keys, but I was too busy focusing on any noise downstairs or outside. I didn't budge off the bed when the dogs promptly stopped barking, which my sister thought nothing of. However, nothing would have made them stop if something else hadn't stopped them. We held still and continued to listen. My sister called for one of the dogs, and she came running up the wooden stairs, laid on the floor by the open door inside the room. The others were starting to come up the stairs, but stopping every couple of seconds. It wasn't until the last 8-ish steps that were very clearly heard footsteps trying to be disguised with the dogs. My sister slammed the door shut, and we were beyond terrified that there was an intruder. When they reached the landing at the top of the stairs, it went quiet for a few seconds. Then suddenly, a very clear 3 knock, as if you were knocking on the front door with your knuckles, followed. To say we screamed at the top of our lungs is definitely an understatement. Not funny, but, well, funny now. My sister dials the police, and while on the phone, the sensor light above the garage goes off. At this point, we were very convinced it was an intruder. They arrived 10 minutes later and instruct us to let them in the house, which took a lot of convincing. They checked the entire property and declare that we had the house locked up like a fortress. No sign of anything being stolen or even out of place. We decided to go to our house as we were too spooked and contacted the homeowners who checked the Ring camera the next morning. Just 2 cats. Couldn't possibly have been a way for the dogs to hear the cats in the driveway, or have a corgi being replicating 3 crisp knocks on a door. They don't have tails, and jumping up on the door isn't nearly the sound we heard, not to mention the footsteps on the stairs. In the 15 years of homeowners living here, well, they've had nothing happen. They insist it was just the dogs. Any ideas or information on what paranormal activity it could have been? Or what 3 knocks could have signified?